I have Black mother privilege. And I'm going to start breaking that down for y'all. Because there is a privilege for me as a Black mother. I'm not going to have the same relationship. My sons adore me. My sons will put their life on the line in a New York minute over me. My sons will lose everything they have over me. Over me? It ain't happening. My sons will turn on their father over me. Over me? So when you ask me about my Black sons, the relationship does not correlate the same to what I'm saying about Black men.
rage on that beat, going crazy.
Welcome to the show. Welcome back, everybody. Mic check. Am I talking good? Am I saying the words properly? Like I was saying before, Cash App is down right now, so please support. Reach out on Venmo, or the easiest way to reach out, you can super chat or Rumble chat. I just dropped the link to the Rumble show in the chat right there. We are backup streaming on Rumble as usual. Please like, share, and subscribe and support this show. Now, all the business out of the way, let me say this. Excuse me. I got into a concept last night. I did a bit of a conceptual stream last night. Fuck you, Chicago nigga. It's not a New York accent. This is how proper men speak. Fucking Chicago niggas, man. I'll tell you. Anyway, I got into a little bit of a conceptual stream last night. You know, letting the women speak for themselves, as it were. And I didn't really do much commentary. I didn't stop and pause and add my own 2 cents as I typically would do, as is YouTube live stream custom. Normally, that sort of video you get in a standalone video format. It's not done as a live stream. But I kind of like, every so often I do things like that. There was another stream I did like that. I forget about what exactly, but it was just clip after clip after clip, and I said almost nothing for like 2 hours. And it's a way for people to see, without me or any guy mansplaining female insanity. And the thing is, these bitches have gotten so crazy, I need not mansplain. I need not mansplain very much. And I said, you know what? We're gonna jump back into it. Once more into the breach. This time with effort, though. This time we're gonna do it with vigor. This time we're gonna have a panna afterwards, all right? Because I got a little bit more time today. And so we're gonna get into this now. But before we get into the let her talk conceptual part of the show, there's something I want to play for you guys. Because it occurs to me that a woman can be married to a man for the majority of her adult life, the majority of her life at a point. You know, you're 40 and you've been married 25 years. You've been married more than half of your adult life. A woman can be married to a guy that long and have fucking zero comprehension of the human person that this man is. Whereas men, we just watch TikTok videos and we understand precisely how fucked up women are, what's going on in their little brains.
Hey, what are you doing? I came out to check on you.
Huh?
What are you doing? Thought you were working.
I'm looking at this.
What is it?
It's wire. It's a spool of wire. And I'm almost out of it. Can you see the spool of wire?
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost out of it.
Okay.
And I've had this spool of wire for like 40 years. I bought it like this it's not a piece of a long time ago, but it's like 40 years of my life is in the wire that's gone. Does that make sense? This is what's left. Does that make
I'm
sense?
sorry to hear that, and I'm sad for you, but you're wearing your Jets hat, and I'm a little concerned right now that you're wearing your Jets hat. I thought that's why you were crying.
Okay, I'm done.
Now, conversation between a man and his wife. Never let your wife see you crying, because she'll never understand the depth of weight that you carry in your soul just being a male human being. Women seem to be willfully obtuse about this sort of thing. Now, at the same time, a broad will pontificate about a pair of shoes she saw when she was 9 and how the thought of it gave her imagination, fantasies of being a princess in a far-off land. But now, look, let's go back. Let's play the tape back. Let's start from the beginning here, because I understood this immediately because I'm a fucking guy and I understand guys. I work around guys. I talk to guys all the fucking time. I know what it is to be guy.
Hey, what are you doing? I came out to check on you.
Huh?
What are you doing? Thought you were working.
I'm looking at this.
What is it?
It's wire. It's a spool of wire.
A spool of wire, right? Insignificant, trivial object. A spool of wire.
And I'm almost out of it. Can you see the spool of wire?
The spool of wire is nearly at its end. It's almost done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost out of it.
Okay.
And I've had this spool of wire for like 40 years.
That spool of wire has been with him for a significant chunk of his life. He's probably in his 50s. He's probably just tapping on 60s, like 59 or something. No. It's deeper than that, Albert. I'm going to get it to you in a minute. But he's had that spool of wire for quite a while. He can track the passage of time with the depletion of that spool of wire.
I bought it like this it's not a piece of a long time ago, but it's like 40 years of my life is in the wire that's gone. Does that make sense?
The wire is gone. 40 years of the wire is gone. Does that make sense to you? The wire is fucking him, you selfish cunt. The wire is him. He is looking at that wire that has been chipped away for 40 fucking years, and he can see himself in that shit, and it's breaking him just a little bit to know that he's almost at his end. He's almost done. Just like that wire has been chipped away little by little for 40 years, and now you can see the visible end of the wire. He can see himself nearing his own end. The wire is him. You selfish fucking rag.
This is what's left. Does that make
I'm
sense?
sorry to hear that, and I'm sad for you, but you're wearing your Jets hat, and I'm a little concerned right now that you're wearing your Jets hat.
Now, this is what guys mean when they say that, even in the happy marriage. As a man, when your marriage is at its stablest, when your marriage is at peak stability and boundless happiness, you are still fucking alone. That is the burden of man. You are still fucking alone. Even if she loves you. Even if she wants to understand, it's just nearly, it's almost a physiological impediment. That is why only like 1 to 5% of women can even talk at like they understand, let alone actually understand. This is the reality of men. This is the burden of men. We are all that spool of wire. And if you get caught in a weak moment contemplating your spent spool of wire and your loved one, your wife of however many years catches you in this moment of depth and contemplation, she won't fucking get it. She won't get it. And not only will she not get it, she's just going to think you're being weird. Is he going to kill himself because the Jets lost? That is literally what she thinks right now.
I thought that's why you were crying.
Okay, I'm done.
And they wonder why the kids ain't shacking up like they used to. And they wonder why the boys ain't chasing the girls like they used to. God damn it, I'm trying to tell you there's something in the water. But don't listen to me. I'm an asshole. People think I'm just saying these things because I'm miserable and bitter and yada, yada, yada.
Say me Mario, please let me Luigi. No, 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 I don't think so. Why, what you saying, bro? That bitch is a Luigi. Why you are the circus sheep creeping on the low? Everybody knows. Oh, Mario, don't save her. She's for the streets, don't save her. Don't save her. Please don't leave me alone. Don't save her. She even gave me the toe. Don't save her. But say me Mario, please let me Luigi. No, 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 I don't think so. Why, what you saying, bro? That bitch is a Luigi. Why you are the simple sheep creeping on the low? Everybody knows. Don't save her. Don't save her. She won't ever reckon, turn a cheating princess to a housewife. Don't save her. Don't save her. Let her gaslight, she ain't no victim, she came over last night. Don't save her. She won't ever reckon, turn a cheating princess to a housewife. Don't save her. She don't wanna. Let her gaslight, be lying when you catch her in the headlight. Say me Mario.
Yo, I saw this a couple weeks ago, and I just listened to the first 30 seconds of it, and I saved it because it was catchy. I just watched the whole thing like an hour ago today. I had no idea. This shit is really a bot. Nintendo might put a hit on this black man, but this shit is a fucking bot. This nigga right here killed it. Fuck Nintendo. The characters belong to us now.
Oh, Mario, don't save her. She's for the streets, don't save her. Don't save her. Please don't leave me alone. Don't save her. She even gave me the toe. Don't save her. But say me Mario, please let me Luigi. No, 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 I don't think so. Why, what you saying, bro? That bitch is a Luigi. Why you are the simple sheep creeping on the low? Everybody knows. Don't save her. Don't save her. She won't ever reckon, turn a cheating princess to a housewife. Don't save her. Don't save her. Let her gaslight, she ain't no victim, she came over last night. Don't save her. She won't ever reckon, turn a cheating princess to a housewife.
This is a killer touch right here. Whoever thought of the nightclubs, like this whole thing, the production, the usage of the individual characters, this whole thing is fucking peak. But this little touch is what sets you apart from the average right here. The twerking Toad making it rain. You got Toad twerking for Toad, and Toad is making it rain on Toad, or Toadette. Toadette is twerking, and Toad is making it rain. And look how hard he's making it rain. He's chipping the shit off that block of money.
She came over
like a money machine.
Don't save her. She won't ever
look at this shit. God damn it.
Don't save her. Let her gaslight me lying when you catch her in the headlight. Say me Mario, please let me Luigi. No, 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 I don't so. Why, what you saying, bro? That bitch is a Luigi. Why you are the simple sheep creeping on the low? Everybody knows.
This is how we reach the youth. Now the question is, do I share a video with it like this with my my young son? I was tempted to send this to him, but I'm like, nah, I can't send it straight to him. Maybe I let him watch it on my phone. But I'm like, should I even let him watch a video like this? You know, because this is highly impressionable for the youth. This is why e-cigarettes come in cool candy flavored styles and whatnot. You know, we're trying to reach the children here. Anyway, now that we've gotten all that out of our system, Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time that we actually get back on mission. Once again, it's time. Once more into the breach, gentlemen. Prepare yourselves. Cover me. I'm going in. It is time to let her talk.
Good women are dead. Evil bitches, rise up!
Here's some crazy research for you. So a third of men, 33%, a little over a third of men between the ages of 18 and 29 are not only single, but they're not actively looking for a partner. The same study said that by the year 2030, that 45% of women between the ages of 20 and 45 will be single. So I've got a question for the men, because I see it all the time in my comments. Most of my comments are filled with guys saying we're done. We're not looking. We like our peace. I need some more talk from you guys. Tell me why you're done. Tell me why you don't want to have a partner in life. Tell me why it's more worth it to be single than to have a partner. Even if you weren't to remarry, just to have a partner. I mean, I've talked to a lot of men. I've got my answers, but I want to hear it in the comments. So please drop it in the comments.
Here's what your body count says about you. Absolutely fucking nothing. We have really got to stop with all of the shame, blame, and misogyny that is going around in the dating world right now. I can say personally, yeah, I put my hoe hat up a long time ago. I slept around because I used my body to connect with people. That doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. That doesn't mean that just because I have a body count from when I lived in New York, that I should also be judged now because somebody is insecure or feels insecure because of the fact that I had a past. So if somebody's asking you what your body count is and it makes you uncomfortable, then set that boundary and let them know, hey, there's a lot more to me than how many people I've been with. And if that's your focus, I don't know that we're going to be a match. Here's what
I get what you mean. Okay. I'm being paid. But what's really interesting about this conversation I was having regarding prostitution was this came off the back of me saying that the thing people don't want to recognize is, and this is going to be very controversial to say, but marriage also is sex work, because a lot of women, what they're doing is, yeah, and this is controversial to say,
I'm
because
gonna hear this. Let's hear this.
in your definition where you said earlier about prostitution, where you know, like, you sleep with a man, you get money, or you hang out with him, you get money. Why I say marriage is prostitution is because what happens is women engage in marriage from a place where, okay, ideally he's gonna take care of you financially, and there's a home for you both to live in. And what you are doing is you're fulfilling a role. So you're going to either be some sort of like homemaker, homekeeper, you're raising and rearing the kids, and you are partnering with him and sleeping with him in the hopes that the trade-off will be that you get validation, love, and upkeep. And the man understands and believes that if he continues to fulfill that role for you, then the arrangement works, because marriage is an arrangement. Now, why I say it's prostitution is because whilst it's not necessarily on the surface, you're fucking for a transaction or exchange, there's something that you're fucking for.
But then there's the basis of a relationship. I guess the reason why prostitution is because it's sexual, it's nothing but sex. So you get the sex, you go. Whereas a marriage, to even get to the marriage, there would have been a build of a relationship, friendship, gone through a few things, families involved. Maybe you might even have kids now. So I think that's why that would be the
people
difference.
Wouldn't understand that. And why I'm fascinated by that is because what people really miss out on in that conversation and in their opposition to the idea of marriage being a form of sex work is, once you stop being able to render that service to the man, he leaves you. So for example, I've seen countless situations where the woman has gained weight after having children, and the man has decided he doesn't want to be with her anymore because either her libido has lowered, so she's no longer interested in having sex. She doesn't feel good about herself. She doesn't want to have sex. So that man moves on. Or the woman becomes disabled or becomes sick and needs long-term care from her husband. And he leaves because he can't be asked and he doesn't want to do that and he can't have sex with her anymore. So what I've observed is that once men stop seeing you as the person that can fulfill that transactional need that they want from you, their energy switches up very quickly.
Do you think that's the case majority of the time?
Every single race of woman cannot be trusted. And let me tell you why. White women will trap you early. They'll trap you while you're in college and they see that you're about to be the #1 draft pick in NFL, MLB, NBA. They're like, oh, I got to trap them. And men fall for it every time. But then they divorce you later. They know how to play the long game. They know, okay, I won't get this dude now, but I'll get him later. And then before you know it, when they divorce you, they take half your shit, half your money, the house, the car, the kids. They're very sneaky women. I would be careful around them if I were you. Number 2, Latina women. Latina women get pregnant very easily, and they somehow love to get pregnant by who? Rich dudes. And who? Especially athletes. That's all I'm going to say. Number 3, Black women. Black women's standards are so high that not even God himself can reach them. Black women use their prime years to be with the thugs, the bad guys, the drug dealers, and then use their later years when their value depreciates, when their look fades, to be with the simps with money. Y'all ain't slick. Y'all ain't slick. And last but not least, Asian women. Asian women want to be white so bad that if you typically see them walking around the mall with older white men, if they're not with their own race, like another Asian, they're typically also walking around with an older white man. Why? Why? Because they value money and status. Someone had to say it. Careful, y'all.
Okay, I keep getting a request for a story time about how I found out that I had herpes. So in 2019, me and my kid's dad linked up at his dad's house, took our son to the museum, went out to dinner, whatever, and then ended up back at his dad's house. Me and his dad ended up being intimate. He gave me oral. After that, obviously, you know what we did. Immediately after, like probably about 2 or 3 minutes after we finished, he stopped and he just ran downstairs. And I'm like, that's weird. And he went to the bathroom. There was a bathroom upstairs and there was a bathroom downstairs. And he ran to the bathroom downstairs. And he came back up and he was like, what the fuck is this all over my stuff? And I'm like, I don't know. What's all over your stuff? So I'm looking and he has open sores. He literally has open wounds, sores all over his stuff. And there was like probably 4 or 5 spots. And he was like, I didn't have these before. I just slept with you. Like, you just gave me something. And I'm looking at my private parts and I have nothing. He's looking at my private parts and I have nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, no, I couldn't have given you that. Like, you must have already had that. So at this point, now it's my word against his word. So he's like, no, I didn't already have that. My stuff wasn't just hurt before I slept with you. And I'm very uneducated. So I really didn't know how to argue my point out other than, you know what I'm saying, I didn't just give you anything. I don't have any, you know what I'm saying? I don't have anything. Not knowing that it took me a long time to finally ask my doctor. And like my doctor told me, you cannot give someone herpes within minutes of sleeping with them and they start having symptoms. They already had it. So instead of him being honest with me and telling me that he already had sores, that man tried to portray it like he got it a few 2-3 minutes after sleeping with me. And I was uneducated. Therefore, I did not know how to vouch for myself and argue back my point. You know what I'm saying? Days later, I end up having an outbreak. This man did not have care source. This man did not have Medicare. He didn't have insurance. So I went to the ER first and told them that I was having an outbreak. They swabbed me, and it was a terrible outbreak. They swabbed me. It tested back. They called me and told me that it ended up being herpes. This man went after I went and said that his results was negative and that he just tested positive for scabies. So I'm like, okay. And he's like, well, you know, you can just get scabies from jail. And I'm like, okay. Until one time I'm at his mom's house and she brings up and she was like, I heard that you and him, I got this. And I'm so glad that his test results was negative. And I know that yours was positive. And I'm just looking at her like, damn, like, why would you even, first of all, why do you even tell her that? How is that any of her business? And second of all, how you got scabies and I got herpes and you had the source before I had them? Fast forward, years go down the line, and this is how I busted him in his lie. But he don't tell people this, though. Years down the line, we still obviously try to make it work, whatever. He's still holding this over my head every time he get mad at me. I gave him something. But I thought you only had scabies, and I thought you didn't even have it. I say about 3 years go down the line. At this point, we didn't have another. I got pregnant and everything. So down the line, one time I walk in on him in the shower, and he's being weird, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" The same bumps that he had the first night are all over him. I said, "What's that? I thought you said what's that?" He told me, what do you mean what it is? It's herpes, obviously. I've been sleeping with you, so we're doing that again? We're doing that again? I thought you didn't have it. It's been 5 years now. This man has taken medicine for herpes, and he's still 5 years later, like he didn't have it when he slept with me, and it's been 5 years. We've been broken up 3 years, and this man to this day, tell girls that he doesn't have it. The same way that he did me 5 years ago in 2019, when he told me he didn't have it after he slept with me, it's the same thing that he's doing to other females. And then when I try to speak on it, this man is intentionally giving people STDs and then covering his tracks back up. This ain't about nobody else. This is about him. Because I don't care what nobody else say. That man knows that night that me and him was intimate, and that immediately after us being intimate, he had an outbreak. Doesn't, you know what I'm saying? Make it make sense. I carried that around for a long time with that man torturing me and telling me that I tried to, zap him and all these crazy things, putting all these allegations out there, telling his family and friends that I gave it to him. But he won't tell them about the night when we were intimate and he already had an outbreak. He won't tell them that. Then when I get on social media and be like, let me tell what really happened. Then I'm clout chasing. I'm trying to get attention. I'm lying about the story. I don't care what he told everybody else. Me and him know about that night. And had I not went first and got my results, because I had insurance that he did, they wouldn't have been able to blame me for this. But because he didn't have health insurance, and I did, and I went to the emergency room before he did, and I had my results in hand before he did, and I was the only one who had results to this day, that is why I'm to blame for having it first. I'm the only one who knew about it. Now check this. That man has cheated the last 5 years with a Pacific girl. And to this day, they both laugh at me. You got herpes. You got herpes. You got herpes. You burning. Everybody's going to know you're burning. You're burning. If I'm burning, how you not burning? You slept with that man the whole 9 months of my pregnancy, but I'm burning and you're not? What logic is in that? It's been 5 years now, so y'all still creeping around. And I'm openly telling y'all, that man gave me herpes. And then both of them would turn around like, you didn't get it from us. You didn't get it from me. You didn't get it from him. You're making that up. Well, ask him about that night at his dad's house where he slept with me. And immediately after we finished, he had an outbreak. Where did that come from? What did those test results say? Because they didn't say scabies. He lied. And there's no way for me to prove it. Now, 5 years down the line, I got 3 kids, single mom, and I got herpes. That's something that I got to deal with. It is what it is. I take that on the chin. I wish that night I never would have slept with him. But there's some things that you just can't take back. And I do take accountability in that I should have never went back and slept with him. I should have never slept with him. And when I realized that even when we were trying to make it work, you know what I'm saying, and we still tried to look past all that, and at this point we had more kids, so I kind of was stuck. I already had herpes. What was the point of leaving in? Then when I had to find out I had herpes, I found out I was pregnant with Amaya. Weeks later, I had to find out that I had it. Now I'm pregnant. What really is the point of leaving, being single, having herpes? At that point, I had 2 kids. So what I try to do? I try to make it work. Guess what? Ended up getting pregnant with Ava. Now I got 3 kids, herpes, and the man is still doing the same thing he was doing when I only had D'Angelo. Cheating and lying about giving somebody an STD. And trying to frame me. Trying to frame me. Tell these people that you already had an STD before we slept together. Symptoms don't come on that fast. Now, had he not had symptoms, and had he contacted an STD or started showing symptoms of it after we had sex, that's different. Then yeah, maybe I was to blame. But for you to already, you slept with me. And then a minute, I'm telling you, like as soon as we finished, he ran downstairs to the bathroom and came back up with sword. And then he tried for the last 5 years, gaslighting me into believing, you gave me those. You gave me those. He even has the other girl that he's cheated with my entire pregnancy, the last 5 years since then, since find out. She doesn't have it. He swerves it down. He doesn't have it. When he's around me, you know, I have it. And, you know, he's apologetic. And I'm sorry that you ended up with it. I didn't try to give it to you. You know, he goes back and forth. One day it's me. One day it was the other girl. One day he already had it. I mean, it really goes back and forth on what he's feeling. Now it's been 5 years and I'm the only one who's being honest about our status. I'm the only one that came out like, yes, I do have it. But if I have it and you slept with my man my entire pregnancies, both pregnancies at this point, the last one I didn't even know I thought he was done talking with her, and I'm assuming he was still talking to her. That came out later down the line. She goes away for a little while, and then when she wants to make herself known that she's still dealing with him, she pops back up. So that's a whole other different story time. But I got it. It's been 5 years. We've slept with each other since then. And nobody else contacted it. Somebody lying.
Here's my afternoon as an irritated 24-year-old pregnant single mom. Don't ask me why I'm irritated. Just watch the video because you're on thin ice. I'm not sure who's pissing me off more, her or y'all, because who the hell is she telling to wait up say shit about my shirt? I know it don't fit. That's none of your concern. Now, I need to take a sip of this Dr. Pepper before everybody gets cussed out. Yes, you. I went grocery shopping today, so I had to move the groceries from the living room into the kitchen. And I picked up a few things. These right here were y'all baby shower invites, but y'all are no longer invited. Y'all not finna watch me do everything and then come and eat my baby shower meatballs. But I'm just doing some slight picking up. I don't know where all this shit keeps popping up from. Y'all need to start cleaning up after yourselves when y'all come over. Here he come asking me to roll his Play-Doh into a ball. And I had to restock the snack cabinet. Don't look at me. I know I did not eat all this by myself. Well, as I'm restocking while y'all just sit here and watch, Alea asked me to come eat her Play-Doh cake. Yummy. Fuck out of here. Does it look like I have time to eat some damn Play-Doh cake? And 2 minutes later, here he comes talking about he want 3 Play-Doh balls. Last time y'all said y'all was watching them. What happened this time? He came back this third time asking me to open this, and I swear I almost cussed y'all out. But anyway, I got to put the groceries away, and then I just wiped a few things down. With some towels in the dryer that needed to be folded. Where was y'all at? Don't even worry about it. I already did. Then I just wiped everything down and vacuumed the couch and the carpet. Don't ask me where I got this vacuum. I bought it. Go figure it out. But this was the last thing I needed to do to get things in order. I still had like 20 minutes of this movie on Netflix I wanted to watch. Oh, Netflix. Why are y'all locking shit now? Why do I have ads on my basic TV shows? Fix it. And what the hell are y'all still doing here? Get out.
All y'all do is sit on this internet and judge people. At the end of the day, I did what I had to do as a mother. My kids should not go without living life because I can't afford to do something. Like earlier that week, my baby daddy had gave me like $300, but I had to get my hair and stuff done. It's only messed up now because I slept on it. I had to get my hair, lashes, nails, and stuff done. So that's what I had to use the money from him for. My kids made good grades and everything in school, and they wanted to go to the fair, and they deserved it. So I seen an opportunity with old dude. Like, okay, he been in my inbox and stuff. He been begging me to go out, to take me out and stuff like that. So I gave him my number, conversed with him a little bit. And I invited him out to the fair because I knew he was the type of person that was going to pay for it. So all I did was do what I had to do as a mama to make sure my kids can enjoy themselves. So I don't care how y'all look at me and how y'all judge me. I am a damn good mother. It's a lot of moms that wouldn't even do what I do to make my kids happy. I am a good mom. You know, like I don't want to. I'm not attracted to him. I did what I had to do.
Fuck that bitch, ain't no respect for her. That little bitch turn her back so quick, you ain't got no check for her.
No one can hold Black women accountable. Black women, unfortunately, we have adopted this mentality that I can do whatever I want to do and can't nobody tell me anything. And this is why we are where we're at. We live in a very selfish, egotistical society now that nobody cares. If you're a Black woman and to hold Black women accountable, you have to be ready to like fight because it's going to come with a lot. I'm always thinking about how young girls are being influenced. So what us grown women are doing is influencing these girls to do these out of control, I don't care attitudes. They have the most disgusting attitudes and you can't even check them because they have their moms who say I could do whatever I want. So can't no one hold us accountable. Not a black man, your white boss probably, that's probably the only one who can tell us what to do because he pay us. A gay man can tell us what to do. If it's a black woman or a black man, a straight black man, we don't want to hear it. No one can hold black women accountable. Black women, unfortunately, we have adopted this mentality that I can do whatever I want to.
I've been trying to get in touch with you, but you haven't been answering your phone. Judy? Yes, it is. Judy, I've been busy, Judy. I apologize. I've been caught up. Well, you know you got a baby coming, right? Baby who? Your baby. My baby? Yes, yes, you do have one, too. You have one coming. I have one coming? Yes, you do. What? How that happen? How they tell you? You know how it happened. Don't make no baby, Judy. Well, we'll see when the DNA test comes. So what are you trying to say? I'm out here sleeping all around? You sleeping somewhere, but no, I'm not neither. Judy, somebody ain't being honest here, Judy. Something ain't right. You'll find out when we have that DNA test done. That's all I got to say. I'm not gonna get my blood pressure up back and forth with you. We're just going to have that done, and then we'll go from there. I understand, Judy, but something must be wrong now, Judy. Oh, yeah. So I'm not going to have anything else to say to you because I'm really pretty much pissed off at you because you ain't been answering your phone. You going on, I'm going to put your ass on child support because I am not going through this shit no more. Oh, you bitch, you can get a DNA. We can go down there and get a DNA test done. Reggie ain't no deadbeat. Now he do what he got to do. Okay, so let's do what we have to do. And that DNA test will straighten it out since you don't believe it. I thought you was better than that, but I see you're not. Stand up now. Stand up for what he's supposed to. Well then, because when Peanut being born, I'm gonna put your ass on child support. Who the hell gave you the pregnancy? Who did that? Didn't I just show you that pregnancy test I had did? Judy, that ain't me, Judy. You ain't been talking to me, Judy. No, because you ain't been answering your phone, you damn liar. Right. Well, I had to cut the lights out, Judy. I had to cut your phone. You had to do what? This is sexual harassment. No, it's not no sexual harassment. You're not gonna get out of this. Judy, I don't know, Judy. I don't think I can have no babies, Judy. Well,
what's the worst thing you've done to an ex or a guy you were talking to?
That's his homeboy.
Did he know?
Yeah, I told him. I sent him the video. Yeah, eating my.
I beg your pardon?
What's your body count?
61. I answered this already.
61.
Yeah.
Maybe your father didn't spend enough time with you. Maybe your mother didn't spend enough time. You didn't get the type of attention from your parents.
What's the worst thing you did to an ex?
I cheated.
Who did you cheat with?
A lot of people.
How many people?
Maybe 4 or 5. Jesus Christ.
Well, what's your craziest college confession?
When I hooked up with a guy, and then I went with his best friend the very next week.
What's your body count?
I will not say.
I'm thinking it's probably like 22-ish.
It's not 22. I'm not a whole.
You're not a.
You've been that. You better just own up to it at this point.
You the teacher's aide? No, I'm the teacher.
I saw this video on Pornhub, and this is exactly how it starts.
Misogyny, how refreshing. You can work in a Pocahontas joke, you'll hit the trifecta.
Now you mention it.
What's your name?
Trent.
Can you tell me the definition of power, Trent? It's the ability to direct or influence another's behavior or course of events. That's what I have. I can remove you from this class and fail you, or I can send you before the dean for violating the student code of conduct. These are all things that can alter the course of your life. That's power. And you don't have any. When Christopher Columbus first came in contact with Native Americans, it was the Arawak people in the Bahamas. I'll read to you from Columbus's journal. They willingly traded us everything they owned. They do not bear arms and do not know them. For I showed them a sword, they took it by the edge and cut themselves out of ignorance. They will make fine slaves. With 50 men, we could subjugate them all and make them do whatever we want. You ever feel like that, Trent? You ever feel like making someone do what you want, whether they want to or not? European mentality, stemming from the oppressive political and religious structures of the Renaissance. Kings and priests with absolute power ruling masses who have none. That was the mentality of the men who discovered America. And it's the mentality our society struggles with today. What you know of history is a dominant culture's justification for its actions. And I don't teach that. I'll teach you what happened to my people and to yours. Because we're all the descendants of the subjugated.
Ex's best friends, and I f***ed his other friends, and then I got with his other friends.
I'm a bit sad.
Oh, and then I dated his ex-best friend too.
Actually, I'm lying. I'm quite devastated.
Because he cheated on me after like 2 years.
If she was bad, it would have been okay though, right?
Yeah.
If you cheat, make sure she's bad.
Right, yeah, of course.
What is your craziest college confession?
I f***ed my ex-boyfriend's best friend just for fun.
Just for fun.
Oh, I f***ed all of his friends just for fun.
Yeah.
What is the worst thing you've done to an ex?
Definitely like his best friend.
Why? Why though?
He broke up with me like 2 days before that, and I was at a party, and I was like,
You're a this wasn't 30, 90 days, 4 or 5.
I slept with my ex-boyfriend's dad while we were still together.
What? Why did you do that?
Because I was, I don't know.
It's an evil world we live in.
What's the worst thing you've done to an ex?
his friend.
Why did you do that though?
Because he was better than him.
How long were you guys together when you did that?
4 years.
You ruined a 4-year relationship.
I wanted to ruin it.
It's an evil world we live in.
What's yours confession?
I f***ed my boyfriend's best friend.
Huh? While you guys were together?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I also got with 2 brothers.
Congratulations!
You got with 2 brothers.
And my sister's boyfriend.
You said what?
Oh, and your sister's boyfriend. Wow. Okay.
All right, what else?
That's lovely.
All right, what's the dare now?
What is your confession?
Damn. All right, let's just say I went to go see Sneaky Link. He flew me out, went to see him, and then he went to the club, and I went to go see someone else.
She belongs to the streets.
What's the worst thing you've done to an ex or a guy you were talking to?
There was a guy that my ex absolutely hated. The week after we broke up, I kind of got with both of them in the same night, and neither of them know about it.
You were just hard.
Yeah.
Stop it. Get some help.
What is the worst thing you've done to an ex?
So if y'all really want to try to come up off a check off a man, I mean, you could just an athlete. They're really dumb.
NBA Twitter wildly speculates that PJ Washington could be paying $2.4 million annually in child support.
To an ex. Moved on.
What's the worst thing you've done to an ex?
Probably like out of him. He just basically made me look bad. I'm like, you're not going to make me look bad, simple.
What's the worst thing you've done to an ex?
I got my leg back.
What you do?
Nah, I don't want to go into detail. Let's just say that me and his homeboy was cool in it.
What was the worst thing you've done to an ex?
I made out with his best friend.
In front of him?
In the same room. I don't know if he was looking.
What is the worst thing you've done to an ex?
Cheat on him. To get my leg back.
So he cheated on you first?
He cheated on me the whole relationship, and then I found out, so I got my leg back.
What's the worst thing you've done to an ex?
Bro, I cheated on that man like too many damn times. I literally responded to every single person that texted me that was fine, and I just didn't give a.
Come on now, dog. How about you? What's the worst thing you've done to an ex?
I his best friend right after we broke up.
Come on, man. What is the worst thing you've done to an ex?
We're both cheaters.
How many times did you cheat?
More than like 6 or 7.
On the same guy?
Not the same person you're saying? Yeah.
6 times.
Yeah.
Why didn't you just leave?
This actually goes on for quite a while. So, SKC, since you joined the pen, welcome to the show. By the way, appreciate your partnership in this endeavor. What thoughts did you want to share?
Oh, what's going on, Hood? No, man, I'm just working in the background and listening and stuff. I've been formulating a few ideas as I kind of hear the commentary. But one thing that I will state is that I'm seeing a lot of similarities between groups of people. Um, it, I'll hypersexualized people have a lot of the same views.
Go a little bit further, if you don't mind.
I typically, will jot these things down and kind of brainstorm them out. But since we're gonna just do it real time, the words that some of these women stated, I've heard complimentary words from the guys, and some of the only through line that I can see is that both of them tend to view the world through a lens of hypersexuality. It's like it's the one of perhaps the main thing. I guess that they perhaps live for or something. But I don't know. I think that there's a lot of flaws in viewing the world as such, and it seems as though following that or viewing the world from that lens, that you would obviously come up with this style of thinking. I mean, kid you not, the first time that I heard marriage was prostitution was I think over at Ramil's.
One of the reasons why I did this show and the last, I guess, 3 shows now about this similar topic is to reassert a point that I generally stand on just doing this content that I do, which is to say that it's not all the men. We have no problem addressing the mental and the social shortcomings of today's men or men throughout history or whatever, but we often shy away from using that same level of scrutiny to look at the female counterparts. And one of the things that I just sort of take umbrage to, I guess you can say, is like, and I really don't like to have beef, as it were, with like the marriage guys, because to be perfectly blunt and honest, like, when it comes to men who are happily married and stable and everything is on the upswing, I would like to have that. And I think most rational men, if you could snap your fingers and just make it so, I think most rational men would like to have that as well, right? But what point I would like to make in this argument is that we seem to just assume that it's all the men's fault. The men have just dragged everything down for by the weight of their own shortcoming. And I just kind of use evidence like what I've been showing for the last couple of days to point out that there have been some huge changes over the last several generations to get us to this point. It's not a man, it's not even totally a woman thing, but we're looking at women right now. But could you imagine a group of women from 1945, 1965 even, having these types of responses when asked what's the worst thing you've ever done? And they all say, I screwed my ex's best friend or his dad or something like that. something
Yeah,
deeply broken has set in over the course of generations, and I think it's way too simplistic to just say men have gotten bad.
yeah, I absolutely agree with you, and just to set matters straight, I'm not here to make a commentary about marriage or anything. That's not my that's not my contention at all. Um, neither do I view that people have some sort of one-minded approach to that. I was just stating that as I was doing this in real time, some of the statements, it's odd that I've heard similar things from people that tend to highly value having as many sexual partners as possible. Yeah, I don't know. It's odd to me because okay, give you an example, Hood. How many times have there been conversations just right here on the net of guys, and they're doing their thing and they're talking about how many slores that they used to get back in their day, and they're beating on their chest about how much game and all that stuff that they have, and even the guys that want to play into the old things need to change type of things, just they're a couple of stories away from getting them out and stating, oh yeah, man, yeah, I see the world differently now and such, but back in my heyday, man, I was knocking them down. It's like you see that as a commonality, but then when they see this stuff reflected back to them, it's like, what did you think? You guys were all banging the same woman? I mean, wasn't this inevitable?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was inevitable. And the blacks, like Stanley, the blacks, they don't see this shit.
What's going on, Mr. O?
What's going on, Hood? What's going on, panel? SKC, my favorite coon. And is that I can't see. I gotta get my glasses at the bottom. But yeah, salute to you.
Oh yeah, that's Mystery down there. What's going on, man? What do you want to add to the show today, Mr. O?
Well, I had just came in at the part when the young light bright was detailing her chocolate chip cookie situation downstairs in the nether regions. Thank you for waking me up to that, Mr. Assertive. I might have nightmares tonight in my dreams, but these women that's on social media asking why men not asking them out to date them, not asking for long-term relationships, are also the ones talking about how many dudes they cheated on, how many gangbangs they participated in, and then as well as giving us their detailed medical history like we are their future gynecologists. It's just getting bad out here, but I pass the mic to Mystery.
Well, one thing I did kind of want to point out too over the last couple of days, because I noticed, you know what? Let me show you guys something real quick, because we're talking about all this red pill stuff the last few days, and there was a video from fucking Drewski. Actually, Drewski put out a video because for some reason Myron of Fresh and Fit is like the most hated of all the red pill guys. It's like Myron, and then way at a distant low second is Andrew Tate. But Myron is the guy everybody fucking hates. And because of him, the red pill stuff gets all this negative attention. And so your boy Drewski put out a video about these red pill content creators.
much are we? 250. 250. That's like.
Got my nigga right. House call. You straight?
House call.
You straight?
Yeah.
I got that shit on too.
She got to cook, clean, fuck, shut the fuck up. Exactly. Come on, man. We off that. 50-50. We off that. 50-50. Nothing. Hold your head up, King. Your crown is falling. Okay. Talk that talk. Yeah. Talk that talk. I hear you. If you snooze, you lose. Could never be no sucker and fall victim to anything y'all niggas be having going on. Motion is the key. First thing first in the morning, you got to get up and get you some money. And if you ain't, ooh, hey, let me get your number. Yeah, let me get that. Yeah, my son richer than a lot of y'all niggas, man. You like it, son? You want that? I get that for you, huh? That I get you everything you want. You wanted this. You wanted to match that, huh? Look at him, just like his daddy, boy. You love that money, huh?
I want to play the game.
You want what?
I want to play the game.
Uh-huh.
Nigga, what the fuck is that on my pillow? Get the fuck out my bed, for real. What is that? What you mean now?
I don't think it was Drewski's best work. But that's Drewski trying to shit on Myron and the red pill and all of that. But it's like, you know, my whole thing, we don't need Myron and to make women look bad. We don't really need like the whatever podcast to make women look bad. Like women alone in a room with a mic will red pill you. And Mystery, what do you want to add to the show before we get back to this clip?
Well, I thanks for letting me on the panel, but I find this timing very odd because I just watched a few Pearl videos recently, and she was talking about I mean, she said it was a lot content I was consumed, but I mean, the gist of it is, man, it's just about accountability. You know, we remove the shame, so you got these ladies just out here with their face fully shown. You know, I mean, I couldn't imagine any woman prior to 2000 that would go online and say, "Hey, I got herpes," with her face showing, right? And saying it about the father of her children, and then saying after getting herpes, I had children. Like, I just can't imagine any woman like just doing that because of the ramifications of it.
But hold on, listen. She cheated on her baby daddy with her baby daddy's father, right? So she got herpes from the father. Went back home and gave herpes to the son, bro. It's like that's some generational herpes right there.
God damn it!
Like, bro, you can't really make like. How do you even create this? Like, Lifetime don't even make stories like this no more.
On Tyler Perry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
think they would make the story like this. Actually, is what I really should say. I don't think they would even try to make this story because it's just gonna like, damn, you just giving the whole fucking bloodline herpes. Like, how your whole family tree got herpes because of one bitch, bro?
Hey, Hood, but we going in that direction though.
Her getting herpes. It would have stopped at her getting herpes. After that, you know, you gotta make her the victim, but passing it along, you know, you can't file victimhood after that when you're a carrier for the shit, you know.
And then it turned into a herpes fest when they was like, "Hey, this bitch burning," and she's like, "Well, how I'm burning and you was fucking me? You burning too, right?"
Hey, now
this is a whole outbreak, bro. Like an embodied outbreak, personified, just walking around burning niggas. Like I couldn't imagine anyone prior to 2000 saying that. Like the story would have stopped at she slept with his father. that part wouldn't even been there, right? Like the shame of that alone would have stopped a 90s woman. But since we removed shame over time and we remove these negative feelings, you know, now they feel emboldened to just go out here and just tell their truth with their face showing and everything, like all just for attention, for comments and all that. I mean, another thing too was SKC had the show the other day about promiscuity if there was no medical treatment for the STDs, whatever, right? And you gotta think all the reckless people who were recklessly who sexually reckless, wouldn't they have died off? Like ain't that how like
a great many would have either died or become impotent, but either way they would have been out of the gene pool.
Right. So you gotta think that modern medicine has removed the natural selection of this. Like nature has a way of balancing it out. Like if you're doing too much, then nature will take care of your ass.
That's how you got AIDS. Modern medicine gave you penicillin,
and that's no longer a death sentence.
Then nature gave you AIDS. I sure as hell don't want to be out in the dating pool when whatever is next from AIDS decides to pop out.
Super gonosyphilades.
Yeah.
Well, actually, hey, they already have super gonorrhea, right? That's already out there.
And it's gonna crossbreed with a new AIDS strain. It's gonna be super gonosyphilades.
Wow.
It's like
predictive program.
Yeah, 12 It's gonna be like that dinosaur they built in Jurassic World.
God damn.
In 2010, they had already said that 50% of black women, and this in 2010, I did a pre-recorded video drop on this recent. Now that we are grown, why did you let them give you STDs? A Sexy Red story. Now look, 50% of women, this is 2010, have herpes, and that's in the blacks, bro. That we got 14 more years and more women coming out with this. That is damn near like 3/4 now. Like 3 out of 4 chances you gonna catch a black chick out here with a bumpity bump. And some niggas are actually eating that shit up like a crunch bar or a chocolate chip cookie, bro.
Like a Nestle's Crunch.
Hell no, man.
Dude. There has been a wave of TikTok videos where talking about my partner has HIV and I love her. Shut the fuck up. Like it's so wild.
Bro, here's the thing, man. What I see what I see is marriage and the nuclear family are being cauterized into a social class. And you if you want your kids in it, you better get in it. Right?
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to just randomly, like fingers crossed, make sure your future generations just end up in a nuclear family. That's not how it works.
Got a little PSA for you guys. How to have HIV positive dating.
I'm HIV positive, and someone asked me, "Are you in a relationship?" Yes, I'm seeing someone, and I told him a few days into talking to each other actually that I'm HIV positive, and I told him about U equals U, and I shared links and things like that with him, and his response was, "Well, are you telling me that you have something that I won't actually acquire?" And I said yes, and then he made a joke, and then he said, "Well, I forgot." He made a joke, and then he said, "Oh, my arm hurts." He's quite unserious sometimes. But yeah, I am seeing someone, and we're meeting on a nice level with each other. And yeah, I like it. It feels good. I'm doing life.
There's a meeting in the bedroom. And try not to catch AIDS. Don't catch AIDS.
Me. I'm not afraid to disclose my HIV positive status. Disclosure is not the problem here.
Hey, real quick, why though? Why is she unafraid? Because there's so many men willing to do it, right? There's so many men willing to take the lead. That's the only reason.
Black men. We are the
Yeah.
most progressive men. Only black men, though, man. This is fucked
Oh,
up.
there's some rural trailer park Ozarks that would be.
Oh yeah, them
right up
too.
in
Them
there.
too. Them
There
too.
But
are there's odd
I
fellows
know-
of every tribe, but I've heard too often that black men seem to be the most progressive. We are the most socially flexible when it comes to this sort of shit. So
well, yeah, she looks like she lives in a city, so most of her suitors are going to be black guys.
I know a guy. Well, it's two examples. I know a guy, and he's white actually. He don't give a fuck. So he'll go raw dog. And he was like, if I catch it, I catch it. Whatever. We're gonna die anyway. And then I know another guy, as long as he wear a condom, and he thinks he's impervious to anything that may happen STD wise.
yeah, it's
Even
crazy.
though the virus still goes through the weaving of the condom.
Wow. The virus actually just walks right through the condom, just like a cat walking through the jail bars, just slip right in that bitch.
Yes, sir.
Yikes.
Oh god, I can just see in my mind, I'm picturing the AIDS virus as like the two burglars from Home Alone. They're gonna find a way in, god damn it. Oh
It's
Lord.
interesting, because you know how you remember Jurassic Park, that famous line where it says life always finds a way.
Yes,
But
god damn.
it's like, it's the
Nature
same
finds a
thing.
way.
It's the same thing with viruses and bacteria and so forth. You're not going to be able to destroy them. They've been on the planet, billions of years before mankind. So you can try to work around it, but eventually there's going to be super bugs that are created that are just going to get around a lot of stuff. And I don't know. I really do wonder if the next major pandemic is sex based, and if it is, it's like, holy
It's gonna
crap.
be a COVID STD.
Like monkeypox.
No, but I'm thinking about something much worse than that. Something that would be almost along the lines of like Black Plague-esque.
Oof, yeah. So end stage syphilis, but in 6 months. Instead
Well,
of
when it came to the Black Plague, there was like two major differences in I guess cases. The first one, it took you out in 3 days, and then the second one took people out in about 2 weeks.
Yeah, I could see that, man. That's like I said, I don't want to be around for what's next.
This is why they have to make a virus like that in a lab, because the natural thing seeks to create an equilibrium somewhat. And if a virus has too long of an incubation period, plenty of time to survive. If it's too short of an incubation period, people will die before the virus spreads. And so there has to be a sort of balance, and you can only really get that perfect killer balance in a lab.
No, you can. Nature will do it.
I mean, I suppose so, but
Nature.
generally,
Nature will do
I think the lab is where it's going to have to happen, though, just because we're in modernity.
Well, I think the lab will be either too short or too long, right? Because let's say COVID was made in a lab, right? Well, COVID had, didn't kill anybody except if you're really, really old or really, really fat and kind of already sick. You know what I mean? So that was like bad, right? If it was turned up to it'll kill you in 6 hours, right? That's kind of too short.
Well, this is what I'm saying. There's a reason why, Ebola has existed for God knows how long, but it doesn't become a plague the way it did in like the Outbreak movie or something. Like killer viruses have been here forever, but for whatever reason, they in the span of human history, they seem to rarely become a pandemic like that. And so it just doesn't happen that often. It's totally possible, but not an everyday occurrence. Like it's like a confluence of a lot of things have to happen for it to really spread like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it has to adapt to the times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it has to go through a genophage where, basically a period of evolution where the weaker parts of it die off, and the stronger entities survive on. So you have like you have with the penicillin and everything, right? After doing so much penicillin treatments, the viruses you have, the bacteria becomes adapt to it. They adapt to the penicillin, and it's no longer effective, and you got to switch it up. So it's just a matter of that happening naturally.
I bet if it does happen, though, I believe because of the various lifestyle and all that other stuff, there will be a lot of people within this community who will state that the virus was created and
to kill off black people.
Yeah, specifically for that. Yeah.
No, but we have to align on other things, which I'm finding that I do with this guy I'm seeing.
What is the worst thing you've done to an ex?
Punched him.
Did you hurt him though?
I'm sure. Did it feel good?
I don't know, man.
I'm eating that too. Stop playing.
How about you?
Same thing.
Punched him?
Yeah.
Hold on. How about you?
Talked to a guy's brother. And then I ended up dating the other brother.
You dated the other brother too?
Yeah.
And they allowed that?
No, he was really sad.
What's the worst thing you've done to an ex?
His best friend. That's all I'm gonna
Why
say.
do you do that? What's the worst thing you've done to an ex or a guy you were talking to?
Probably up with the girl he was talking to.
Hooked up with his girl.
Yeah.
What's the worst thing you've done to an ex?
I'm peaceful.
Really?
I'm peaceful as fuck. I move on.
What's the worst thing they've done to you?
Okay, I'm in the military, and I shipped off, went to basic training, and my ex cheated on me while I was gone.
What is the worst thing you've done to an ex?
Oh, that's a good one. I was in like my dad's girlfriend's Jeep. He was on his motorcycle. I may have like swerved him off the road.
So you
He's fine,
attempted.
No.
What is the worst thing you've done to an ex?
Ooh, I actually tried to run my husband over. I tried to get him with my car.
Like attempted murder type?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What is the worst thing you've done to an ex?
I broke up with my ex for my female coworker.
What is the worst thing you've done to an ex?
What? Cheating. I look like a cheater.
You've been that. You better just own up to it at this point.
What is the worst thing you've done to an ex?
When I was younger and I was less mature, but he gave me a stuffed animal and I lit it on fire because of how mad I was.
Get some help. What's the worst thing you've done to an ex?
He cheated on me. I knew he was cheating. And when I found out the house key, he gave me an I carved cheater into his wall.
What is the worst thing you've done to an ex or guy you were talking to?
I guess.
Hey, how many times?
Tried a couple, but they're kind of lame.
Hey, what about you?
He was broke as and I still made him move to Atlanta for me, and then he went in the negatives.
What
he
the
went
hell?
in debt, and then I broke up with him.
Okay. What's the worst thing you've done to an ex or a guy you were talking to?
You know what's interesting about that last comment? You see, there's an obvious through line, right? The easiest thing for a woman to do is like have sex with a guy. It's far easier for a woman to have casual sex than it is for a man to have casual sex, generally speaking. All things being equal, a woman will get it before a guy. She just sort of has to be available. That being said, most of these girls do the easy thing. Now, it's not when a girl does the easy thing that's really, really a shocker. It's when they do something truly diabolical. Like, you knew you don't want him, but for whatever reason, you say, I had him move to Atlanta with me so he can go into further debt. And then when he's at his lowest, then you probably left him. You had a whole other guy in Atlanta the whole time he was sinking into debt. And then when he hits like peak rock bottom, you spring the trap on him like, you know what? It's not working out. I'm going to move in with Todd down the street because he has it going on and you suck right now. That's diabolical right there. And then they wonder why the kids aren't hooking up anymore like they used to. It's cold, man. It's a cold game. This is fucking cold. I'm shivering over here in my chair.
Good women are dead. Evil bitches, rise up!
Not
You know,
responding to his text.
A tortilla at his house.
That's a
Hold on, you want to say something?
I was gonna say, well, you know, this is the generation of young men, let's say young men, that had witnessed that their female counterparts been busting it wide open, even having heard previous conversations from their probably mothers, aunties, older sisters, how they used to get down, doing the various things, and it's recorded, it's documented, and they rub it in their face, and what else do you want them young boys to pursue again? STDs, possible faking or legit pregnancies, or possible baby deletions, entrapments, debt. Yeah.
See, Abiola in the chat says escorts are $50. Home delivery escorts $100. That's less than a stupid date. Just to be fair, Abiola, that is you're lowballing yourself. That's too low of a price. You don't want to deal with that bottom of the market. But that being said, because of the way things are, guys have created what's called the trick pill, where it's better to just buy it, use money to short circuit the program, to circumvent the game or whatever. And, I understand the efficiency argument of it, but I don't sell it. I don't push the trick pill. Obviously, you really don't hear me talking about that kind of shit. That's why I don't even really like to use the 40 ball clip no more, because 40 ball is trick pill. And after a while, I kind of didn't want to push that kind of shit no more. But I get the efficiency of it. I mean, obviously, I was playing the 40 ball clip. I understand the shit intimately. However, I don't want to sell it. It's not really a thing I want to push either. But the world that we live in has sort of created this weird logical efficiency. Like, well, if you're all going to be hoes anyway, I might as well just put some money on the table and keep my heart in my pocket.
And keep my assets protected.
Say who?
And keep my assets protected.
There you go. Putting a little bit of money on the table up front saves you from having to invest deeply in the long run.
Like if I short a hoe, like all she can do is just get me for theft under $100 or something.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She can't get me for alimony and support and all that.
Yo, it's crazy? Like, I done took a couple losses with bitches coming in the house, stealing this, that, or whatever, like stealing wild shit. Like, listen, I done took losses from bitches. And none of that is the shit that I think about in my spare time where, like, damn, that really happened. Like, that was fucked up. Like, none of that shit, because all the petty shit that happened with random bitches, like, none of that shit is nothing. But, the deeper scars that only happen between you and a bitch that you really fuck with and shit goes crazy, that's the crazy part. Like, you kind of circumvent that whole thing with the trick pill, too. So I get it. But at the end of the day, it's not something I want to sell.
Oh, that happened to you too, man. Shit, I remember one of these fucking strikes in fucking Chicago land. I'm sorry, I had to go ahead and do a Chicago story. This bitch actually came into my crib and stole a pair of my fucking J's, bro. That just got and while I was at work, had the niggas come back door my fucking crib and take all my clothes. And I'm like, damn, even my damn drawers, bro. Even my damn drawers. That was some definite.
I can't even tell the story, bro. This shit's so wild. Like, it's amazing the shit bitches get into. And that's why I feel nothing when shit happen to bitches, bro. I swear to God, man. Listen, you in the game like me, huh?
My guilty pleasure is bitches getting justice.
Mine's too. Look, man, that's my. But they never lose though. Look, this is the only thing I'm mad about. That's why I get mad at the so-called most progressive race of men on the planet. For some reason, the Asian man, the Caucasian man, the Arab man, the Latino man, in some cases, he let the chick just fall to the side, fall into the gutter, and let her be an example to the rest. For some reason, black men are so great at their own demise. You gonna go ahead, wipe her eyes and make her look like she a prize. And man, look,
Best friend. What's the worst thing you've done to an ex?
Beat him up.
You beat him up. Did he fight back?
Yes, he did. Okay, next question.
Damn, okay. You a boxer, huh? What's the worst thing you've done to an ex?
Go to Rolling Loud Toronto without him knowing.
And what did you do over there?
Went to Rolling Loud and had some fun.
What you mean by that?
Oh, you
Could
know
you
what I mean.
pause real quick?
All these streetwalkers,
Could you pause real quick, man?
I stole his
like for real
How much
though.
did it cost?
15 grand.
15 grand.
I was wondering that, like, what kind of place are you? Is this like some kind of sex convention or something, like a porn star convention? Because you look like you're outside of a thing. It's like an open area, with people just walking around. But I'm wondering, like, who are you talking to, bro? You just because a lot of these girls are dressed damn near and empty. There's like some stroll outfits right here, man.
That's what I was asking. Is are these streetwalkers hood? Like for real though? Because they got the damn uniform like Dave Chappelle said.
I had a, and I'm not trying to pick her and down. I'm curious because I have no experience in any of this, so I'm taking notes. You guys were stating these issues with some of these women and so forth. Like as you are now, like what are some of the, like how do you avoid those women now? What were some of the red flags that you guys saw?
So for me, it's a matter of accountability. So you just vaguely insinuate accountability, and it agitates them. Like they flip out. So say for instance, one of my favorite questions is I'll say, if a girl gets pregnant, a girl messing with gets pregnant, and she wants me to take care of it, I want a DNA test, right? And just leave it at that. Not saying I will or won't do anything. I just want a DNA test, and the strags will immediately fly off the handle. They'll be like, "Oh, so you don't trust me?" All that. That's how you know, right then and there. Bam, we got a live one here. And I've seen other women who just say, "Okay," and just let it go. And that's how you know you deal with some sort of morality with said female.
So you ask questions,
triggering questions.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, and I don't really talk about this like that because I leave this for other people, and I really don't talk to a lot of Black women anymore, and
why
things are a little
is
bit.
that, Hood?
It's hard to say why. There's something I just seem to notice more often than not. I'm not going to say that they are all absolutely the same, but there's such a commonality that I seem to bump into more often than not, that just, and when you're having random encounters with people, I just no longer gravitate toward them. And I'll move in a different direction, and it tends to, go different. It goes differently. Not always perfect, obviously. Nothing's perfect, but I avoid some of the more typical things that I'm typically avoiding, I guess.
What are some of these commonalities you speak
of? A weird level of aggression, a certain kind of standoffishness sometimes, and sometimes there's a weird thing of like, all right, listen, it's two kind of things. If you're just trying to, like, if two people just want to bang and whatever just to keep it playing, then none of that shit shows up. But if you're trying to, like, see what a person is like, there's just little weird quirks start to pop out. Like, you got an issue about men, something about, I don't like this nigga telling me something like that always comes up. Don't tell me something. A lot of weird things come out. And so I just noticed it's just a completely different sort of energy when you talk to a lot of non-Black women. And again, this is something you have to really kind of scratch the surface to get to a lot of times. But, when I scratch, I kind of see the similar things.
It's interesting that it seems like everything that you've logged or that you've stated could be logged under antisocial behaviors. Anyone else? What are these red flags that you notice now?
Besides the color hair, and now they coloring their eyebrows the same way they want to color they they want to color their hair, color their eyebrows, and color their lashes the same damn color. The long fingernails, the vernacular and words that come out their mouth that rival and basically pattern Becky, but they don't look like her. Same aesthetic. They try to go ahead and get the blonde, everything. All right. They all got these so-called white-collar jobs. Every single last one of them. They all got degrees. How many colleges do we have in America? Oh, never mind. I forget. We got online. They're gonna use the online shit. Shout out to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Okay.
I've always wondered about the whole degree and education thing, and even the quote unquote I work in a specialty field, type of thing and so forth, because typically speaking, a lot of those fields have men, and if you're going throughout your normal day and you're really involved in the industry that you're in, you're going to network with other people. You're going to go to dinners and events and conferences and co-worker shindigs and so forth. It's not that difficult to meet men when you're in a professional field. So I've always wondered about that whole highly educated thing and being alone.
I think
it's a sense of pride that comes in, but that comes with it.
Let me lay out a theory. Sorry, really quickly. It's something I've thought about at length too, and I think it's almost inescapable for the vast majority of women, because nothing is 100% really with human nature and whatnot. But I think what happens is the basic dynamic between male and female is women want to date up and men are happy to date down. Dating laterally is a wash. But even within the lateral dating, women still look for certain qualities in a man that is effectively looking up. And I think what happens when women reach a certain level of economic and social attainment, if a woman starts out like let's say it's pre-feminism, pre-second wave feminism, just before World War II, before women really start entering the workplace like that, most women were available to most men. And obviously most women aren't necessarily looking at most men, but the idea that this fella right here, you just won't date him because of the modern superficial reasons that you hear today. Oh, he's just a bit too tall. I mean, he's a bit too short. He works at this. He's a mechanic or something like that. Like the arguments that you hear from women today, you wouldn't have heard those sort of things once upon a time. And so I think what happens is, as women rise up the attainment ladder, they look at men. There are less men for them to look at as desirable. And then there's a problem of them no longer being desirable to the men that they are looking at. And so now they wind up in a dead zone. And I don't know if there's a solution for that, because it's something that really scrapes against our basic biological desires. Like, men don't really want the boss bitch power couple thing. And that's the best women can offer with that position in life, is to be her equal. And men in their heart of hearts don't want to be their wife's equal.
Well, it goes back to the Bible. I mean, what was the pitch that the serpent made to Eve? You know, you will be equal to gods. You will be like gods. I mean, the equality thing is a loser rhetoric to begin with. Like, we should all be equal. Like, winners don't talk about equality. I put in the work to be better than y'all, so I'm not gonna put in all this work just to be equal to the person that's less than.
Right. And again, women are totally hypocritical in this position. They want equality from an argumentative standpoint, but they don't desire equality from their internal base standpoint. It's a whole complete, charade that's going on. And it bears out when women hit that, success dead zone. It's like, yeah, it's easy to make money, but it's hard to appeal to man's raw desires now because you've effectively put yourself in the same position as a man looking for a woman.
But they're put there artificially. I mean, there's gender quotas and in female empowerment programs, and then there's industries that's trying to get more women involved. I know in IT they're dying to get women to become programmers, and they're acting like
funded by women's studies.
I mean, they're acting like it's this huge barrier to stop women from becoming coders when women just simply don't want to do it. But they got all this money going out there to prop them up, and then when they're propped up, they have the audacity to be like, "I'm better than the next guy who has to work it up." Who don't have all those resources.
And then look at this too. Another thing that you see at that level is the house husband, right? The house husband is basically an upper middle class phenomenon. I don't really know if you can see that in the working class like that. And what happens is it presents an image of a man that I don't think other men want to buy into either. And so it's an isolated sort of thing now. It's like, some people will be able to hit that note and find happiness because there's always the odd duck or whatever, and it works for them and you don't really bother them about it. But as a broad phenomenon, it's difficult to sell it to men. It just doesn't appeal to men's basic nature.
Again, a career wife, a woman that has a career and that's a wife is an oxymoron. Even educated people know by textbook definitional term, according to Oxford Dictionary, a wife is an uneducated woman. So I don't know why we even want to go ahead and proceed to deal with a woman that proceeds to put a career first and her man second. That was the dumbest advertisement and propaganda that we was fed to any civilization in history.
And Xerxes is spot on. He says government elites cause feminism, but they don't want equal women on their luxury yachts. And this is why I started to realize this whole thing had elements of more of a class war. The race thing is small potatoes. That's for the small-minded. It's really a giant class struggle going on here. And it's not even a struggle. It's like a class suppression. You're just killing upward mobility and all the invisible ways that you can think of. And this is a very intimate way to destroy upward mobility. And it's such an intimate thing that it creates a fog in the lives of regular people that you may not even have the time to peek above the fog to see the bigger picture of things.
Well, that's kind of the goal. Because I know in the Musu tribe that have a matriarchy involved, a documented matriarchy by definition. It has been asserted that matriarchy is put in place so that the aristocracy of the land can stay in power. It's just a way of kind of keeping the everyday man busy, to redirect his productivity so that he doesn't advance and become competition for those that are higher up.
Work, fuck, and fight amongst yourselves. Eat, sleep, fight, bust, bro. And here's the really deep part. If you think about it, eat, sleep, fight, bust has been the trick of human control and manipulation since millennia. It's always been this way. Maybe some people are easier to lure into it than others, perhaps, but this is the sweet spot.
Well, I think could it's kind of it was kind of easy to think of it from that perspective, because when you have large swaths of people who don't want to think about larger topics, and in various ways, and we've had this conversation about the inability to take oneself out of the equation and just to view the world objectively, then it's like the eat, sleep, fight, bust thing. It just works, because when you're trying to a certain degree, I'm not too angry with the people who have set that whole thing into play, because in certain ways you can't have those conversations with the eat, sleep, fight, bust people. It's just frustrating.
Well, SKC, this is why, first of all, thank you. I thanked you immediately when you joined the panel, and this is what I love about doing this sort of thing and having this YouTube platform, because we do get to have this really layered, in-depth conversation, and we just go layer by layer until we think we hit bottom, and then we go a little bit further. And at the same time, please, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, like, share, and subscribe. Support the show through Venmo. You can put a super chat, a Rumble chat, if you go over to Rumble and support the show on Rumble. The Cash App is down right now, so you can only support through Rumble or Venmo, but you got to pay for the conversations like this. Now, that being said, SKC, I too have sort of moved beyond passion and understanding what's really going on here, right? You have to have dispassion in order to really, find understanding, and then from understanding, perhaps you can gain wisdom and perspective on what's really happening. And I don't know that everyone is able or capable of operating with the level of dispassion, because at the same time we're talking about ideas and things that can be very intensely personal for a person's actual life, but we're all like leaves blowing in the wind on the other hand, and this is a conversation about the patterns of the wind.
No, it's like the black ghetto is like the mouse utopia.
Ooh, the black mouse utopia. Ooh,
I agree with the lack of passion, because I thought about this the other day, how like as a heterosexual man in this environment, you can't really operate out of your emotions, especially when dealing with women. You gotta think like the recent situation with Travis Hunter. We feel you can tell how he genuinely feels for this woman and how he got his nose open and everything, but you see everything that's at risk, for him acting like that. I keep seeing, because of my mindset and what I'm looking at, guys recommend that you don't get with the woman that you like. You get with the woman that likes you, and that seems to be the more preferable way to move forward as far as having an intimate relationship. Because I know for a fact, with a woman that likes you more, you're giving room to make mistakes. You're giving some grace, to correct and everything. But like you had with the video, I think it was your video, where one was like, she her husband lost his job, and she was like, I don't pay bills, I ain't doing all that. That's clearly a woman that you like, right? And I know one of my homies had the same situation. Well, his parents had the same situation where she was the pretty one and everything, and his job was to pay bills. And when he lost his job, that's what happened. The marriage was over right away. Xnate. But then, it made me think of like the lack of passion, right? So you could be passionate or something, and it might not be a high paying job, but with the way the mentality is with women, they want you to make as much money as possible, and you may be able to do that with a position that you're not very particularly passionate about, but you do it because it pays the bills for your family and you become the provider role. So now you have another avenue of non-passion that you have. So now you have to live this existence of lacking passion. How you move forward with that, and I think if men don't have a certain sense of discipline in themselves, they will actually break.
I want to talk a little bit about that kind of scenario where you just said someone, he had a wife, she was pretty or whatever, and he paid for everything. Everything's fine until he lost his job, and now he's not good enough for her anymore, right? Very, very common sort of scenario as you hear.
It was the same woman that said she had to play a bit. That was the same one that said she called her husband was a simp because she had 3 kids. That's the same clout chasing bitch.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. I kind of it's a weird thing. I think men kind of desire something like that. It's a weird quirk of the male nature, I suppose. But we don't mind rescuing a woman. And for millennia, the deal is, you slay the dragon, you rescue the woman, you get to keep the princess, right? And that's the deal, though. But that's not necessarily reality, I suppose. And what I think is that, women are just becoming more and more nakedly upfront about breaking the deal. And it's leaving men in an awkward position.
Can I put that on men's chest too? Is that the woman you want, or is that the woman who validates your ego because now you feel like you helping? Big dog, some of y'all just be out here with up women just so you could say you fixed something. Just for you could say you lead in something. Just for you could say you built something. Because a woman who got all her own together, you can't come in and have a plan for her. You feel? Nah, hold up. This because what I don't want this to turn into is like y'all feeling this about men. Let me talk to my for a second. Fellas, this idea that you have to have a plan and a way, say that plan and way for a woman who already on her way somewhere, cuz. Y'all be too cool carrying dead weight and justifying it off you being a man. Y'all too cool with women who ain't got for you eating off your plate just because you got a plate to provide. And then you the nigga that's complaining 15, 20 years later about how women don't appreciate this. No, you got with a woman that was never grateful. She was needy.
Now, first, for one, he's kind of he's speaking against like the basic concept between men and women, right? Listen, I want you because you're a woman. I happen to need a woman in my life for obvious reasons. So you be the woman in my life, and I'll, house, food, children. I'll feed and clothe, feed and protect you, all the stuff, protect and provide, as the slang is. And so that's been the basic deal since forever. And then what he says right here in this clip is that, you are wrong for kind of wanting what's basically instinctual for men and women. Which I find that, this is the new wave of anti-red pill shit. Is like now your base instincts are what's wrong, right? Now you being a man is what's actually wrong. And then two, on top of that, he didn't just make it a scenario where you just obviously picked the wrong woman. Bro, 15 years go by. That's a fucking lifetime right there. 15 years go by. If after 15 years go by, obviously somebody is breaking the deal. Obviously somebody's doing their part and someone else maybe isn't. And instead of focusing on that, it's like, well, you should never want to take care of a woman anyway. And then here's the last thing that gets me when he says, save that plan, save that leadership for a woman who's already going somewhere. That is literally the problem of the modern world right now, and those women don't want to be led by men because they're already going somewhere.
bro. I think them black exploitation films in the hood films from the 90s really fucked us up. I really do. I seriously do. I really think that's all in the music, the fucking music. The shit has really corroded our collective brains, and we have produced some of the most imbecilic type of beings that has walked and graced the earth. May God have mercy on our everlasting souls.
Wait, there's more.
You got with a woman who needed it, and you happen to be my G. You happen to be. That don't make you no solid dude. That don't make you no stand up. That make you just like these women we be talking about that don't got no boundaries, fam. You just don't value your wallet enough and don't value your hard work enough to guard it from women who ain't worth it, Brody.
Man, this is the wild shot. This is what I do not understand about the modern fucking Hotep coach niggas. He's basically saying, he's giving off the impression that it's wrong to actually do for women. Which, listen, I'm not the guy. I'm not saying go do for women. You never hear me say shit like that anyway. But it's not even coming from me. You know, if I say this shit, don't do nothing for women, I'm a fucking asshole. But here he's giving this impression off like it's wild.
You got it wrong. He is stroking the women's ego. They're the women. They're the women who are doing something. So they obviously should be the woman that in the audience that they should be paying attention to. See, he's just talking about them other women. Not the women.
Well, I keyed in on that immediately because the lady that put this clip. Let me show you. There's a girl.
Oh Lord, what you find? What the fuck?
There's the lady who puts up this clip on Twitter. I kind of got into just a little conversation with her about this because it's like you giving off the craziest idea. I mean, the craziest kind of counterintuitive explanations here. And this is exactly what I said to her. Let me drop this image for a second, Freeman. Wait, no. Hold on, how do I? Oh, I know.
You already had it up, bro. You got it up. It's right there. It's right there.
No, Freeman, drop that for a second.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh, there it is. Oh, anyway. This is a little bit of the conversation I was having with the lady who actually dropped this clip. And I says, I expect women to hear it differently because he was actually speaking to benefit women. This is terrible and illogical advice. And if he were in a room full of men, he would try to deliver whatever his message was in a better way. And now we get down a little bit deeper. How is stop giving your resources and time to bummy women and instead get with a woman who doesn't have her hand out, who actually has something going for herself, who will value your contributions so you don't go through life feeling unappreciated? Advice for women. And I respond, providing for women who already have is chasing a waterfall. The man in the video was describing the basic deal between men and women that existed for millennia. Women breaking the deal en masse isn't enough for me to blame the men. He's trying to sell men the power couple. So, and I totally get where you're coming from, Freeman's Journal. Like, that whole thing was definitely about the women. He's speaking for women's interests. But this is what goes on with a lot of these public speaker guys. They say a lot of fly shit that sounds like they're giving advice to men, but it's really just cuck advice that make the women more comfortable. That's how you get the donation.
The guru grifting guys that masquerade as so-called public speakers.
Ace Metaphor. The Ace Metaphor.
I know who that was. You see how he got up like a sassy ass jig right off the plantation, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm really debating about cutting my beard now and get rid of my glasses because they making me niggas like me look bad. But I pass on Mike. Damn.
Beard gang out here looking shaky.
Also promoting older women as well. Because a woman who got herself has to be a woman who is seasoned, who's survived
you
around the sun.
No, we got the online economy. We got these OnlyFans chicks checking the bag, you know what I'm saying, north of millions, you know what I'm saying. You see what happened. And we got the sugar daddy site still up. So yeah, hold that thought. Just hold that thought.
The OnlyFans models that can actually make a career out of it are very minority, a severe minority.
I agree, but the sugar daddy sites is very profiting.
A sugar daddy, a woman that's a sugar baby, not trying to be in a relationship like that, right? If anything, she's trying to make you she's trying to put you on the roster as a sugar daddy. She ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying, build with you. I think if she's on that site, she's not looking for an intimate relationship by definition of being a sugar baby by profession. Just speculate. I'm not an expert in that. So I'm just saying that arrangement doesn't allow for it allows it has a degree of separation from who you're entertaining.
Go one after the other. Yeah, that's one then. Do you want to be picked up? Do you want the video to be picked up? Hi. So basically, we're looking for a train.
Yeah.
We want to do a big scene. We want to be bent over and we want you to go one after the other in us. Yeah. But if you say you're struggling with it, we'll get on our knees, you go in a circle and pull both things. Yeah, you all come in?
Yeah.
You all got ID with you?
Yeah.
Okay, come on then.
Yeah, so that's happening.
Reminded, I'm reminded.
Welcome to Babylon.
I'm reminded.
I remember I got invited.
Quote.
Hold on. SKC, I want to hear SKC real quick.
Yeah.
You ever heard of the statement, like bulls to a slaughter?
Yeah.
I mean, or the thought of something of this. This is too easy.
That's what I was gonna say, because
it's like think about this. Like there's reasons why there are barriers to entry for all sorts of things, and the places that have no barriers often are the worst places to be.
it's like
I'm just confused as to why is this a difficult concept.
I have no idea.
It's not a difficult concept, but as was talked about before, it's hard to separate yourself. It's hard to detach, right, and kind of see yourself in the third person. You know, people that are wrapped up in it don't see it from the outside, right? So it doesn't make a lot of sense to those that can.
That concept to me, Freeman, I'm that's still very, very foreign to me. I can't fully wrap my mind around that, which is one of the reasons why, community anthropology and the whole nine. But that is such a difficult concept. I cannot imagine not being able to look at a situation and to say, yeah, something's off about this. This is a little bit too easy. And if it's too easy, my goodness, then the Star Wars pops up in my mind. It's a trap.
Right. Well, I mean,
I have the exact same mechanism.
Yeah.
You talking about Admiral Akbar?
Look,
that's the famous name.
Those guys didn't come from where you are mentally and just do that. You know what I mean? They've been doing that for a while, likely. You know what I mean? They are completely immersed and wrapped up in it.
I want to share something with you guys. I introduced a conversation, a subject before, libido dominante, sexual liberation and political control. This is Professor E. Michael Jones. He's out of the Catholic tradition. I think he used to work for Notre Dame.
The Marquis de Sade. The Marquis de Sade is the man who created the French Revolution, started the French Revolution from his cell in the Bastille, and also was the author of the subversive force that unleashed all of the passions of the revolution. He was very conscious of that fact. And at this point, with the Marquis de Sade, you see the political mobilization of pornography. He used it to undermine the Palais Royal.
Let me know in the chat if you had any idea that pornography was connected to the French Revolution whatsoever. I had no idea. Like, before discovering this whole line of thought, it would have never occurred to me that those two things had anything to do with one another.
Well, yes, and it was specifically started by France Smallhat.
Well, I learn all these things after I become an adult stumbling through the world. But back to the clip.
Which was under the ownership of the Duke of Orleans, became a center for pornography. And the pornography started to serve a political purpose because a lot of it involved pornographic depictions of Marie Antoinette engaged in all sorts of sexual activity. At this point, the Marquis de Sade...
So they created naughty memes. We think we're all chic and modern with our memes and shit, but I'll have you know, the Egyptians were carving memes onto the walls inside of their buildings back in the day. Memes are old school based technology.
Articulated what I think was the fundamental rationale behind pornography. It became the motive force, the motion behind revolution. So he said at one point that the moral man is in peace and the immoral man is in perpetual motion. Motion is another word for revolution. And so basically, if you want to be
Mr. O, he's more like Real Nye, the anti-Semitic science guy. Like, he knows all kinds of things about being anti-Semitic.
Tranquil, you become moral.
I think the documentary that you have posted on X featuring the small hat people, and they documented history of getting kicked out of place to place to place to place.
I did no such thing. Stop lying on me. I was playing the clip.
Oh.
Agitation, you can promote vice, and pornography will do that for you. Augustine said a man has as many masters as he has vices. He was a man who knew what sexual vice was like. He was addicted to it himself and had trouble breaking that habit. He is the one. What the Marquis de Sade did was turn that upside down. So in other words, if you want to promote peace, then you promote virtue. But if you want to promote revolution, you promote vice. And that became the beginning of the political implementation of pornography.
If you want to promote peace, you promote virtue. If you want to promote revolution, you promote the implementation of vice. That is fucking killer. And again, Eat, Sleep, Fight, Bust has been with us since the dawn of time, since the dawn of man. We have always been what we are, and we always will be what we are, perhaps. And this is the key to who we are. Eat, sleep, fight, bust.
Just like a lion in the wild. That's why he was called King of the Jungle, but we are the gods of the universe.
And how do we see that affecting the collective at the time in terms of the changes in the kind of the psyche, the collective psyche?
Well, what happened at that point is you had the what happened in France was in many ways the mobilization of the Whig oligarchs to overthrow the the Bourbon monarchy. If you're talking about the individual psyche, you need to move on to the character of Adam Weishaupt. He was he was a professor at the University of Ingolstadt in Bavaria. He was the creator of a group called the Illuminati.
The Illuminati,
which was like a Masonic lodge on steroids. He took Jesuit spirituality, in particular, the examination of the conscience, which basically, before you go to confession, you go through the list of your sins with the help of your spiritual advisor, and then you confess the sins, and then you're freed from the effects from the sin, and helps you get control of the effects of sin.
This is like a recurring issue. I don't know. It's weird how this comes up. You know, you start talking all this red pill stuff. Eventually, somebody will ask you, like, "Have you ever been to therapy?"
Yo, we're in the Great Awakening. This stuff is gonna come up. The whole world is realizing all this.
This is the crazy shit about the question and the supposition baked into the question. Like, have you ever been to therapy? Right? Because what you'll learn if you actually study therapy as a phenomenon, not just, you know, learn who's cool and shit like, you know, Freud and Jung, but learn actually about the people and what they were, who they were, right? There's deeper things you learn about the whole institution. And one could argue that the very model of therapy in and of itself is a secularization of the Catholic confessional.
Facts. And it's also very Marxist.
Thereby making your therapist your conduit to God or God-like in this moment. But it is an intensely powerful psychological transference. And fuck if I go through some shit like that willingly.
Facts. I'm Catholic, and I can say I grew up Catholic. I should say, and that's true. And actually,
listen, I am not even taking anything away from the Catholics per se. I am not criticizing the
No, I know you're not. I'm just saying that's true. That what you're saying is very true. A lot of people don't make that correlation. A lot of people don't even know about the Jesuits. But you know, a lot of our psychological programming of our society technically starts with the Jesuits, because they really analyze the mind, the subconscious, from 0 to 7. You know, that's when you're most imprinted by by whatever. Hopefully it should be good things. But this is all facts.
I learned that in psychology.
Scaring the babies. We are scaring the hoes right now.
Yo, when you guys were talking about something earlier, I think my mic was messed up, but when you're talking about the French, that goes back a lot to what was going on here in the United States during that time. We had the flappers. A lot of people don't realize the flappers was the beginning of charity girls, and charity girls is where you get modern dating from. And that's why when people talk about prostitution, I'm like, yo, dating is the same fucking shit. But anyhow,
did I not say that? And freestyle. We were talking about this months ago, and I said that very thing. Dating is basically prostitution. I hate to break it to you, but there's very little air between the two.
There's very, very little difference. It's a trade. Everything should be reciprocity, a fair exchange, whatever you want to call it. It is what it is.
Before modernity, dating didn't exist. There was courtship. And courtship was a formalized understanding. It was either courtship or I'm just buying or taking a woman. However you want it. I'm going to buy or take this woman.
Courtship is really you're advertising your daughter to the best next, another great family. You're basically selling her or your son.
Right.
That's basically what it is.
And this is where things like, debutante balls and all that high society stuff, it's like a chance to show off the youth so they can actually form up and pair without forcing them together. But it wasn't like, hey, baby, come here, what's your name?
Exactly.
That's modern shit.
That's modern stuff. And that's also, this is a crazy rabbit hole, but technically, dating and marriage were technically presented from the aristocracy to the peasant class, so there wasn't as much uprisings. right?
Eat,
And when
sleep, fight, bust. I know, bro.
yes. So when you look at these things, and everybody busts my chops when I say these in circles, right? But in the aristocratic circles, people don't talk about this stuff because it's already known, because these circles still do those things, like Hood said, the debutante balls, these different things that we may have gone to growing up, right? Those are technically things going back to times of royal families where you would do that in a smaller way. And basically, I mean, it sounds crazy, but it's true. You would pawn off your kids. You know,
no,
what I'm saying?
It's crass the way we put it now, and it probably happened crassly at times back then too. But this is the way it was.
Crassly with Marie Antoinette. She was sold off to another family. She was 13 years old.
Yeah. The point I'm trying to bring up, though, is that we're talking about it like the upper class is imposing marriage structure on the lower class, and that is what it is. But the very concept is an imposition, no matter what. It creates stability among them as well. That's why they practice it. It normalizes relations. It allows you to formally advance partnerships and family what do you call it, pairing families together so we can have greater armies, greater holdings, or whatever. Like, this was the way that the upper class actually stabilized and actually didn't have as much war. This is why most of Europe were fucking cousins. Old Europe was all
because they
fucking
didn't want to
cousins.
go to war. They didn't want to go to war, like he said. So instead they said, hey, let's do a business deal, but it's family, which is basically what marriage is. And yo, to be real, this is why I don't know who in the chat we were talking. Like, yo, girls on the dark side are more real because everything is business. And technically, yo, women aren't stupid. They know this shit, right? We're the stupid romantics who think this is some kind of fantasy. But technically, relationships, at least the way my autistic ass sees it, relationships should be more business in the sense you have commonalities or you have a certain common goal. You come together, right? And there's a mutual trade, whether it's pussy and resources or whatever it could be, you know what I mean? In Marie Antoinette's case, it was because they didn't want to go to war, right? Or they were going to go to war and they said, hey, instead, you know, because it was the Germans, they was lusting after Marie Antoinette, right? And these little kids, he must have been in his like 17, 18, right? Who ended up marrying Marie Antoinette, right? Because she hated that shit. And she ended up causing her own problems with the French.
King Louis XIV.
Yeah, because of that, right? And he was impotent, supposedly. Anyhow, this shit gets crazy, but either way, it's all business. Dating is the same fucking shit. That's why when normies be like, oh, I spent $200 and she just had a foodie date or whatever, I'm like, yo, you go to the fucking JUCO, you spend that, and you fucking you fucking at least get your tail wet.
What?
SKC, you wanted to chime in?
No, I'm just taking notes.
Hold on. You're relating dating to what now again?
I'm relating dating. I'm saying on a modern date, a dude will go out with a girl 3 times and he go to foodie date or some bullshit. She act crazy. You already add that math up because men are logical and pragmatic, or they should be, right? You add that math up in a major city like where I am, that's already $600. Maybe each day is $200, right? Girls like to do this. You take her to the barcade. You do that. You do this. Blah blah blah. Right? For that fucking $600, $800, you get top-notch pussy, and she walks out. And she don't cause no problems. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm lost. How does this relate to the imposition of the upper class on the lower class as far as
because we were talking about charity girls and dating, and now we're talking about prostitution. And there's a whole movement of dudes who realize that it's all the same fucking shit. So you might as well be pragmatic. So now we're talking about escorts. And I'm saying that all these girls you see out here, NYU, all these different fucking schools, and you think they're cute, yo, all those fucking girls are on these different monetized apps. Hold
on, Freeman. Let me draw the logic a little more concisely for you. We were talking about how modern dating kind of stemmed from, the growth of prostitution, because before modernity, dating, as we call it, really didn't exist. And then it comes up that before we were talking about the French Revolution and how they were using, you know, sexuality as a social lever. And then it comes up that before all the revolution and stuff, just as a norm, the oligarchs would actually impose the idea of monogamous marriage onto the poor as a stabilizing factor in their lives. So there was a sort of chain of logic to it all. Like the upper classes were married so they could stabilize upper class relations. As it turns out, if you give your poor men a wife and a little plot of land to work, they'll work for you and farm the land and pay you taxes and shit like that. And so it's a stabilizing force on the lower classes. But then along comes the French Revolution, and the unleashing of sexual passions is what helps to lead to the fall of the French society at that time. And so now we're relating how
and what leads to feminism.
Passion
the French Revolution is directly tied to feminism, and that's why I mentioned the flappers. Sorry to interrupt.
There you go. There was a chain of logic here. We weren't just going to go straight trick pill. It wasn't about that at all, but it did slip in a trick pill just a little.
Yeah, because the flappers were technically, I mean, it's not low key. The flappers were escorts.
Like, I'm trying to do my best to keep this high key, right? I'm trying to do my best to keep this.
You gave too much.
I'm trying to do my best to keep this above board. I don't want to always slide into, you know, it was just about pussy. Like there are deeper, complex issues that are at play too here, and you know, some guys are just horn dogs.
So what this past 3 minutes reminds me of is what I said earlier, right? Marriage and the nuclear family are being cauterized into class structure. And the people that practice being in a nuclear family are the ones that are going to have the resources, the income, the political and social influence. And there's going to be this just massive class of eat, sleep, fight, bust. And even seemingly middle class will still be part of the eat, sleep, fight, bust crowd, because they'll be doing things like dating and so forth and so on. Because I mean, that 2030 stat, right? 45% of women single, whatever, those women will have mileage like a New York City cab. Like they're not, there's like a lost generation already in America of not having kids, right? Of not pair bonding. Right? We're going to have millions of women aging out alone. And
I love it. I love it. I fucking love it.
I love to see it. It's a choice they made. Listen, it's a choice they made, including the simps. They all decided to do that shit, so it is what it is.
You know,
I don't feel bad for them.
Earlier, hold on. I feel the need to say this particular thing. Earlier, SKC and I were speaking about. I was speaking to SKC about passions and understanding a thing without being passionate and having any emotion attached to it. And I would say I don't love it. I don't love it. I don't hate it, because honestly, nothing good comes of it, and it's not good for anyone. And so it's not a thing I love, but it's a thing I acknowledge and accept.
Hood, I disagree with that, because I think justice is like, there is something to be said for balance in the universe, right? I'm not literally sitting around like like fuck these bitches, but yo, if it takes 20-30 years for accountability to come back and people to realize the consequences make a difference, hey, it is what it is. In the greater scheme, I'm saying it's a good thing. Hopefully I'll be alive. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, right? I'm not going to say it's going to happen tomorrow, but if that's what it takes for women to get their heads out of the ass to realize common sense, okay, it is what it is, right? Because look, as a man, bro, men have to touch the stove and get burnt. How many times in life? So you're gonna sit here and be like, nah, bro, like, no, maybe I'm just more a jokester in life, but I do be a little bit chuckling when people trip and you tell them 100 times, yo, there's a rope over there.
I don't fault you for any of that. I just try to be beyond it.
In order for that to happen,
I just want
to allow women to be held.
Not even optimism. I'm sorry. I was cutting you off. Somebody was speaking. Forgive me.
Well,
go ahead.
I was just saying, in order for that to happen, though, yes, they made the decision, but do you think that society as a whole is going to allow them to be held accountable for their decisions?
No, I think this is a society issue in general. I think we're in a decline. Accountability. I don't think it's just women. I see 100,000 knuckleheads that are dudes every day, right? I'm not right now. We're talking about women, but at the end of the day, I think we live in an idiocracy. We live in a fucking clown world, whatever you want to call it. I see people every day do things that if it was when I was growing up, they would at least get slapped. I see people littering. I see a whole bunch of derelict shit, lying. Like, just integrity has gone way down. Low vibrational people. If God sends a flood tomorrow, I would be on top of the hill laughing. If I die too, I would still be happy. I think low vibrational people are horrible.
Yes.
See, the thing about, let me tie this back into noblesse oblige real quick, because it is, noblesse oblige is the upper class having the responsibility to impose that societal structure on everybody else, right? So especially the Victorian era, like, how did London become this gigantic city that had relatively little crime, even though it expanded greatly, right? I mean, London has been a million person
child
city
labor
for
laws,
hundreds of years, right? Now they had crime and stuff, but relatively speaking, it was low. So to what Moy is saying is that, yes, that consequence is going to have to be imposed, right? Simply because of the concept of to encourage the others, right?
And that includes the upper class. And there's 100 things bad going on with the unaccountability of the super wealthy and all this kind of fucktard shit.
No, that's a sideshow. That really is. Because
it's still unaccountability. Things happening in our society, like corporate greed, this kind of nepotism, a lot of things. Look, I myself come from those circles, and I'll be the first one to say that many of those people are fucking assholes to the max. So people, when people are laughing about what Luigi shooting this dude or whatever, like, you know what I mean? That's not the highest moral thing, but I get it. People are heated, bro. There's a lot of fucked up shit with society, and it's in all circles.
People are programmed.
But people are also ignorant because they're celebrating Luigi, because they don't. If you celebrate what Luigi did, you don't understand the healthcare system. You don't understand. You don't understand the place that health insurances have in the healthcare system, given his background and everything. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. And supposedly his family was in healthcare.
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense for him to pop off on a health insurance professional at all, because all health insurance says is we're not going to pay for it. His doctors can still perform whatever treatment that is needed.
Of course. No, but I'm just saying that
and they're saying he's affluent, so it doesn't make sense.
No, I know. That's what I just said. It doesn't make sense. And look, none of this stuff is obviously morally right. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's a reflection, a materialization of people's boiling point. People are heated out here. I'm not surprised that American people haven't had their own revolution. I'm really not.
Why? Because they're comfortable. This is
I
all
guess
performative.
So. I guess.
That's what we have.
Okay, hold on. They are programmed. Just ask yourself, when was the last time you saw in media a rich person have any redeeming qualities whatsoever?
Exactly. 100%. I agree.
100 years.
Like we are being primed for some kind of revolution. Like, if you think about the axiom that was laid out earlier, if you want peace, promote stability. If you want, promote stability. If you want war, promote debauchery and sexuality. And so this is kind of what's happening here. We're being primed for chaos.
I think so. Yeah, that's what they promote. They promote hedonism and all these things. It's no wonder women are going crazy like this, because they're naturally hedonistic. You know what I'm saying? But the righteous man, it's fucked up, bro. I never thought I'd live in a world where, like, being a good person is looked down upon. Like, I never thought that was going to be the case when I was 15. And like all the things my parents taught me, like I do now, and people look at me like, oh my God, who's this weird dude? I'm like, what? The other day, I helped a woman carry a stroller. Right? She couldn't go up the stairs to the grocery store, and people were looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, what the fuck?
You know what else that is at a certain level, and maybe I go too far. Perhaps I stretch things a bit beyond the bounds, but that isn't just goodness per se. Because what is good? Why do we think a behavior is good or bad? And what I think that is actually a subtle attack on the Christian ethos. Because you got to understand what the Christian world considers good common behavior is very uncommon for most of the world, for most of human history. To be good was to be weak.
Well, I think it has more to do with the morality foundation. Good in a objective moral landscape, you have a definition for what is good. Like if you do good is X, Y, and Z, right?
Good is only what benefits me and my people. Bad is what hurts me and my people. Christianity actually gives a good or bad that is beyond you and your people.
But that's not just Christianity. There's a moral code in general. There's a moral fiber, like other. It's not just Christianity. Christianity does have it, obviously.
It has an objective definition of what is good.
Yeah. You have the 7 virtues. You have the 10 commandments. But in general,
the virtues is not in the Bible. But anyway, when you have a foundation a moral foundation is based on subjectivity, that's when the definition of good becomes muddy, right? Because it's based on how I feel.
But that's not a righteousness good.
No. Even though you did this nice thing for me, right? Like hold the door open. I felt like you were subjecting me, like you were making me feel like less than a human that couldn't open their own door.
Nah, that woman was mad happy. She had a stroller, and I think she was really happy. But I was surprised. I was the only one who offered to help her, and there was like two people.
SKC, I heard you trying to jump in there a second ago.
Well, it actually goes along with River of Hate's comment, and I just, I'm just curious about this idea of where do you get morality from outside of without religion? Like, how does that work?
Before everyone else answers, this is exactly why I started out going down this line of conversation by pointing out that the behavior that's being shunned, that Freestyle was speaking of, is actually deeply interwoven with the Christian ethic. And I don't know if such behavior is as common outside of the Christian ethic as people like to assume. And so we fall into these conversational traps of assuming that morality just has this neutral place in the world. And I don't know if that's ever really been real. Everyone's morality comes from their religious system. And the morality that most of us in the Western world tend to accept comes from a Christian basis, right?
What did you say? Abrahamic religions in general, because all three have pretty core ethos that are considered good.
I'm not going to fight you on that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Hood, with the from an overview, I was just saying, I wonder where people come up with the idea of morality that's absent from religion.
Your communist training, going to public school.
No, that's not necessarily the case, because I mean, like, if you want to look at it, I mean, do you just say are Abrahamic religions in general, or do you just mean code and ethos? Because things, you could talk about the Phoenicians, you could talk about the Greeks. Are you talking about pagan religions too?
I'm saying two things. Hold on, I'm saying two things that are relative but parallel. One, people get their moral structure from whatever their local religion happens to be. Then parallel to that, actually superimposing over that concept, I'm saying the Christian moral construct imposes a certain requirement of the idea that we're all equally God's children. I don't know if you get that as strongly as you get outside of Christianity in particular. That is what I'm saying, and there are two parallel things, and they're not totally touching each other.
I'll even throw this out. I'll even throw this out there, Hood, just to give, to expand it, to go beyond, just so people can have that one-to-one comparison. Just in religion in general. Typically, the religions are stating that there's some sort of creator that operates outside of creation. And due to the fact of having the ability to not be bound within the system of creation, that the creator has the sovereignty, the right to dictate what is good and what is bad. Now, outside of that, I would say, absent of that, I'm curious as to how do the people who state that the creation itself is able to determine what is morally good and bad.
Let me jump in real quick.
So
let me
can
say, hold on. Let me jump in. First, I want to do some station business. Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Thank you for supporting the show. You can reach out Rumble chat on Rumble, and also I had the incorrect Venmo link earlier. So if you were having trouble with the Venmo link earlier, it's actually updated now. I had a slight misspelling in the Venmo link, but please like, share, and subscribe. Now I want to answer SKC's issue, his question about how can you actually separate your moral founding from a religious founding. And I want to point something out. David in the chat says Romanian V is oddly moral for an atheist, right? The Eastern European bloc is a deeply Christian bloc. That there has been, I think he's Romania. Yeah, I think he exists as, he's what you would call a Christian atheist. He operates, with Christian ethos.
Wait, what?
Let me explain why he's a Christian atheist. Even his atheism is Christian because he's not rebelling against the Muslim order. He's operating in the Christian order. He's operating with Christian morality, but he's saying the Christian God doesn't exist, right? And I don't think he can understand that the very water that he swims in is the water of Christendom. And even as an atheist, he would not even have the same moral construct if he had been born an atheist swimming in the waters of, I don't know, Buddhism or Jainism or whatever religions are out there. But because he was born into the waters of Christendom, he is effectively a Christian atheist. He is an atheist. He thinks he doesn't believe in God, but his upright morality is in line with Christendom. He's culturally Christian, as they say.
So, Hood, is your basic argument that in order to be a good person, you need to have religion? Is that basically it? Or to have some kind of moral compass, you need religion?
I am not arguing that. What I'm saying is our determination of what is and is not a good person is intimately intertwined with your religion. You think a person is good because he aligns with your moral construct, and you get your moral construct from your religious construct. The gods tell you what is good or not because you fear.
Yeah, but what about people who are good who are not even of the particular faith that you're talking about, and they could just be doing good things?
It just happens to be so.
But look, we have the post World War II era to examine whether or not humanity could continue along as it has without God, because the West has tried to purge God, and look what has happened to the West. It is simply going to be overcome by people who actually believe. Right. The people that believe, if you do not protect your culture, someone will come in and replace it. And gosh darn it, if it doesn't happen to me, those religious fanatics.
I mean, that's in general.
This is actually a deep political issue playing out on the far right. This is why people are calling them the woke right and everything. Outside of all the JQ stuff, what's really going on is a desire to have a cultural imposition that protects what people say America is, right? Whatever the core original concept of what America is, there's a desire to have a robust protection of that culture. People would call that fascism, but that is the desire. And here's the problem, though. AT Alien in the chat asked, he posed an issue. You can't define good. Now, Freestyle, as a person who was arguing from the position of something, you're arguing from the devil's advocate on atheism somewhat. Let me ask you this: in your tiny infinitesimal existence as a temporal human being, who fuck are you to tell me what's good?
I'm saying that in my own life, I've met plenty of people who've done or doing good things or good people.
Do you not? But do you not understand the issue? But he's as small as I
I'm saying
am,
that
though.
they're
That's
under
my point.
they do things of the code that would be, if they would be considered religious, right?
No.
That's what I'm saying.
Freestyle. This is what I mean. This is where removal of passion is required. Let's take all passion from. And I know I was being an asshole in my delivery, but I'm pointing out something. You weren't. I just didn't get what you meant. You and I are both infinitesimal. Do you understand how insignificant we are in the grand scope of everything? And I mean everything, universally everything.
Of course.
So that being said, in the grand nothingness that we actually are, who are we to define what is actually good?
Yeah, but what I'm basically saying is that every major religion, and including what we're talking about now, the Abrahamic religions in general, come from, if you for lack of a better term, Christians hate to hear this, but it's true, pagan religions, and all those
point though. But you need a God to tell you. Don't you need a God to tell you what is good or not?
I'm not. What I'm saying is that code, right? Having a particular code or ethos doesn't always have to align with anything to do with, let's say, spirituality or creator or religion. That's what I'm saying. They can be two different things, and you can still end up doing quote unquote good, or those, because they're habits or they're daily practices or things you do. Right. So
let's start from the very beginning.
Now,
okay. So
give me a concrete example. Give me a concrete example.
A concrete example would be if there's let's say, and I'm Christian and I'm saying this, right? So I'm just saying, let's say both people, in the case of the thing with the woman with the stroller, right? I picked up the stroller. Did I do that necessarily because I'm Christian? No, I did that just because I thought it was the right thing to do at the time because she needed help.
Why did you think it's the right thing, though?
Yeah, because one, empathy, right? If I was in that position, just like one time I needed help with the motorcycle getting upstairs, and no women helped me, and some dude helped me.
Why is empathy a good thing?
Empathy, I think in general, even before you were taught anything about religions or code, I think empathy is just a good soul human thing. If you have a soul, you should have empathy. Meaning, if I know something and I know I want better, then I'm like, yes, I'm going to do that same thing for another person, and it comes like second nature. That's why if you are an empathetic person,
but
you kind of got to learn not to.
That's a feeling.
In SKC, I present to you Christian atheism.
And that's what I mean. It's like when you go to the very beginning of this thing and you just simply state, like I was stating at the outset, hey, if you believe that there's a creator, fine. If you don't believe there's a creator, fine. It's not a value judgment. I'm just stating, if you don't, then how is the creation or if you believe in the evolutionary model, you're basically saying that everything happened by chance. So then who are you to define what's good and what's bad?
To answer that question, I would say that's not particularly what I meant, but I'll answer that question anyhow. And I would say observance. If you are quote unquote raised right, if you look at everything right from a creator standpoint, and there's a larger creator that creates this beautiful ecosystem, if you will, that we call our world, right? If I'm a little creator and I am able to be in a community, environment, tribe, whatever you want to call it, that's able to simulate some sort of order within what we know as chaos, right? So then if I just see that, right, and this is once again where empathy comes in, if I'm able to just see that, whether I'm Christian, Muslim, no religion, I have that within my community, even if it's just you grew up in a 2-parent household and you had this beautiful community around.
Slow down just a little bit. Just slow down just a little bit. Let's reverse that, because
let me step in momentarily.
You're mixing two things up.
Let me make a little station announcement. Let me just make one station announcement. I gotta say thank you to a bathing soul for the $5 Rumble chat for the YouTube support. Thank you so much for that. Earlier we were playing Let Her Talk was the first half of the show, and we all heard the heartbreak that comes from Let Her Talk. This is what you get when you let the men talk. SKC, you were asking a question. Thank you so much for supporting the show, y'all.
Yeah, I just wanted to, reverse engines for just a bit. Which perspective are you stating? Because I guess my entrance into the conversation with you was the idea where you stating that you really don't need.
If you're talking about
really
my
don't
own
need
life,
religion. You really don't need religion in order to be a good person. Is that where?
well, I was asking if that was your guys' main question, and it seems like it is. And I'm saying that what I have seen in my own life is both, and I've seen on both sides the opposite too. I've seen religious people who've done crazy evil, and I've seen normal people, or whatever you want to call it, people who are not religious, who've done crazy evil, and I've seen the other case too. So in my own life, 40 insignificant years on this planet, traveled all over the world, been to all different countries of all different religions. I've seen both sides of the spectrum. People are people. I've seen people grow up, have great families and be religious, and end up murdering, their families.
So can I play devil's advocate and take the position of the atheist?
Yeah.
And we just go from that position. So let's say I'm the atheist. I don't believe in God. We had an evolutionary beginning. You guys are stupid for believing in Sky Daddy and these crazy things of that nature and such and such. In addition to that, this idea about good, bad, happy, sad, all of that stuff, that's a bunch of mumbo jumbo, evolutionary feelings and so forth. Your thought pattern on you helping this person out or letting them fall, all of that is subject. It's all part of subjective thought.
It may be subjective, because that's what I said. I'm trying to retrace. That's what I said, because you asked me, and I said, okay, empathy. And I would say, in the sense of, yes, every human should have a certain, if you've experienced enough, you should have a certain, with or without religion or any kind of society or any kind of indoctrination.
Why should I?
Because you should have gone through enough to know what pain is, to know what suffering is, to know what goodness is, to know what bad is. The whole spectrum of emotions.
All of those things are just things that exist because we happen by chance.
It doesn't make a difference why. That's not, you're missing the whole point. You're going always back to why. I'm not talking, it doesn't matter. The point is that I know something.
What I'm saying is like, take for instance, if I take the position of, you know what, there are
in this particular case,
there are animals that are eaten, and there are animals that eat. They don't look at it from a thing of, oh man, we got to feel empathy for the animals that are being eaten. No, I got to eat my food.
Yes, but we're mammals, so we do feel empathy. We have a central nervous system. We feel empathy. So at the end of the day, if I have been in a position where I haven't been able to have help, even if I don't know anything about religion, I come from another planet, but I don't know that one thing, right? I know what it's like not to have help, right? So when I see somebody that is in a similar place, I can obviously be like, oh, yo, let me help you. That's like common sense. I don't need. I could
state the only reason that you're doing that is because of your selfish reaction to how you felt about it.
And part of that is true, because there's no such thing as anything selfless. And Buddhism talks about that. But it's still based on empathy.
So then your subjective good is all built upon how you felt. as a person.
No, but that's anything good in general, whether you're doing it for religious reasons or in general. That's good. So that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
So if
because
there's
that's in
another
general.
person, so if there's another person who's never went through anything like that, who's never had to deal with being without or cold or hungry, any of that
Right.
stuff, and then they don't have it in them to go and do that to help somebody else. That's not saying that they're not good, right? They just never experienced that.
Right, and I never said that. I never said that they're not good. I never said that they're not good. I'm basically saying, because you guys asked me how I would know if I had no religious background, how I would know that.
Doing this week.
It doesn't matter what they think. I'm saying it based on my empathy, aka what I have experienced.
Right.
Then I make that choice. And you guys asked me about why I would do that if I wasn't religious.
So then that means that your ideas of good are subjective, only based upon your 70 years of life max.
Yeah, but in general, whether it's religious or not, because all these religious codes and what you're talking about
so that means the person that comes after you that has totally different experiences from you are going to have a absolutely different opinion of what good is.
Yes, of course, and that's why the same conquistadors,
people on Earth.
Look, you want to know an example of exactly what I'm talking about, right? When the conquistadors came over here that were Christian, right? Came over to the New World, the Americas, Hispaniola, in this case, let's say Dominican Republic, right? They had to take certain things of the indigenous and assimilate that into their culture, into what was then modern Catholicism, right? Christianity, okay? And then they had to take that and basically modernize, keep progressing. So that could be said with anything. So what I am saying in general is the world, or any male or any female, has to adapt with whatever the fuck is going on in reality. And all religions do this. So you can sit on a hill and say, oh, this and that. But at the end of the day, everything is just adaptation, whether you do it for yourself or you do it over hundreds of years and religion says it's good.
And that's fine. I'm taking the position of I don't give a crap about sky daddy people.
Okay, that's great. I don't care in that sense either. And let's say I would be considered a religious person, but what I'm saying is empathy in general. That's what I said. And it doesn't matter whether it's for the other person, whether
I look at it from the viewpoint of empathy is weakness. Who are you to tell me that that's not the right and good position?
Yeah, but you said that you had never felt that. You had never felt whatever that negative experience.
That's being weak. You let nature take its course.
Okay,
survival of the fittest. That's what science teaches us.
Felt is the wrong thing. What I'm saying is experience. If you've ever experienced any position,
I've experienced watching those animals fall and get eaten and destroyed. We're all just another
I'm not talking about animals getting destroyed. You're not an animal getting destroyed. I am talking. This originally started talking about me lifting up a cart or whatever those things that the women carry, a stroller with the baby. That's what this originally started. Not animals fighting in the fucking woods. Are you a fucking lion? No, you're a fucking mammal.
We're all animals.
Now the religious man or whatever's talking about all animals. You're an animal. Go out there and kill a fucking animal with your bare hands. What the fuck are you talking about? You're a fucking mammal. And if fucking heavens rain down, this fucking asteroid or some crazy shit happens, you are flesh and bone, and you will not do anything. A lion can kill us all. So what are you talking about? The fuck
I'm just holding true to the position.
No, you're not. Now you're talking about the animal kingdom that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
And I'm just proving
an animal doesn't even have a stroller. An animal doesn't even have a stroller.
Yeah, they do. The kangaroos have them.
Now you're talking about kangaroos. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's the same purpose, they're carrying the baby around, right?
No, it's not. Totally different. The fuck are you talking about? I'm being logical and answering your stupid fucking questions. You're talking about the fucking animal kingdom?
Hoes mad. Hoes mad. Hoes mad. Hoes mad. Hoes mad. Hoes mad.
This is about about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me, because I didn't get a single apology when my life was threatened. Thank you.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
We're going to take a pause in the action. Will the fighters please return to their respective corners?
At the center of philosophy, which is what is logic. Now, logic is one of the most basic areas of philosophy. It's what all the rest of philosophy is built upon. Logic is the codification of language into a deductive system. Basically, we're taking kind of our flowy, flowery, non-specific English language and codifying it, quantifying it in something that looks like math. Logic is the bridge between English and math. Logic has two main parts: semantics, the meanings of symbols and logics, and syntax, the rules that those symbols follow. The purpose of semantics is to codify words and concepts in a language and put them into those shapes and symbols that make up the logical language. The purpose of the syntax and the rules and the grammar is to show which arguments are valid and which are not. Valid, of course, meaning the truth of premise implies the truth of the conclusion. Now, there's a number of different kinds of logic. The most basic kind is known as first-order classical logic, also just first-order logic, classical logic, or elementary logic. It's what you'll start studying whenever you study logic. After first-order logic, you can kind of move up to what's known as second-order logic or higher logics. Contrasting with first-order logic, you have non-classical logic, generally people that deny some element of first-order classical logic. And somewhere in between first-order logic and non-classical logic, you have modal logics. In this video, very quickly, we're going to go through each of these categories and give you some resources for...
Really quickly, I've always wanted to do this logic breakdown live on air because it's occurred to me that the very structure of logical argumentation is something that I don't really hear the blacks playing around with all that often. And that bothers me. That bothers me. And so I figured I would be the first guy to do the thing. You know, nobody wants to volunteer, so fuck it, I'll do it. And I'll do it live, all right? We're going to do it live, and we're going to talk about logic. And I got to tell you, I didn't even know there was all these different orders to logic. There's first order classical logic, second order logic, non-classical logic, modal logic. It feels like I'm about to learn a bunch of magic spells.
You know something, Hood, if I can add in just a small portion of it, the beautiful thing about the classical logic is that you can actually put it in a mathematical equation.
That is exactly what the guy said in the intro, that it's taking these ideas and expressing them as verbal symbols, which are words, and then using these verbal symbols to form something that is approximating a mathematical equation. And so the best logic is mathematically sound.
A couple of them if you're interested in learning more. So first order logic can be generally divided into two parts. You have categorical logic and propositional logic. Categorical logic looks like this. It comes all the way back from the ancient Greeks. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. You draw pictures with Venn diagrams and do things like that. It talks about the uses of terms in a language. That's what it uses. It is the application of predicates to objects. If you want more on categorical logic, I have a whole series. It's about a third of the 100 days of logic. Propositional logic, on the other hand, runs arguments like this. If it is raining, then it is cloudy. It is raining, therefore it is cloudy. Its arguments are kind of in this form. They build off of truth tables, and it uses full sentences of a language. It connects those sentences with operators like and, or, and implies.
Dave, do me a favor. Take notes while this little lesson in logical argumentation is playing. I need you to take notes. Actually, just record this and play this as you speak. You know, like you know how people just play like meditation clips as they sleep. I need you in particular to record this and just play it as you sleep. You still got an iPod? You remember iPods? You still got an iPod? Just put this on your iPod.
Stanley 2.
Propositional calculus is basically
He's
another name
beyond
for
help.
first order logic. It's the combination of categorical and propositional logic, also known as classical or first order logic. All of these concepts are covered in a series I have known as the 100 Days of Logic. If you're interested in learning about any of these, check out that series. Now, modal logics, there's a number of different modal logics. We'll cover 4 here. You have alethic modal logic, which is the logic of possibility and necessity. This is the most common logic that people think of when they think of modal logic.
Possibility and necessity. That sounds like political stuff.
But you also have other logics that fall into the same pattern, such as deontic logic, which is the logic of ethics and obligation. You have temporal logic, the logic of time, the past, and the future. And epistemic or doxastic or justification logic, which is the logic of knowledge, belief, and justification.
And SKC, earlier we were talking about how this is intimately connected to mathematical concepts here. And are these not mathematical inputs? I don't even know what to call these symbols here, but these are mathematical inputs here. This is how you form equations.
Yeah, and it really, studying this helps people to understand. It kind of brings people back to like algebraic expressions where you have to be able to plot in variables. Typically, you're plotting in variables that are numbers that are part of the numeric system. But here, instead of using numbers, you're using thoughts and trying to compare those thoughts or equalize them or do if-then statements and, you know, all of that type of stuff. It helps people to be able to break down the viability of the thoughts that they're pouring out into the world. And there's so many people that do not know how to do this, and I don't know, man.
I'll be honest. I remember because I was allegedly bright as a kid. I actually didn't go to the worst public schools, so I was in this one class in high school, logic, and we kind of did the basic logic theorems. And I got the basics of it. I really didn't get, I didn't get any further than that level, that first entry level class. And I understand the concepts of it. So it once you're introduced to it, you can kind of see how you put things together really quickly. It all becomes very intuitive after you sort of just understand the basic levels of logic.
It does make you kind of see the world differently. And sometimes when you're listening to people, like you're up in the clouds or something, and you see how people formulate ideas, a lot of this pours through your mind, and then you instantly grasp that, okay, we know that we got circular reasoning here, or people they haven't really fleshed out the concepts, in their complexities.
And this is why,
and I think this is one of the reasons why people try to dumb down subject matters and make them cookie cut, because doing it this way is much more difficult.
This is why I've actually learned to enjoy the sort of debate process with anybody. I just learned to like talking to people, and I discover that when you get into like little arguments about this and that, very few people actually form a proper logical argument that is just unassailable. And I mean, some things just come down to difference of opinions, and that's just a friendly chat. But when it comes to like, I am right about such and such and such, and especially in these YouTube streets, I'm really mostly talking about these YouTube debates I find myself in. Very often, I run into people who are almost uninterested in having a purely rational, logical argument. There's always some kind of impurity that just makes it awful.
Yeah, typically you should be able to have these style of, logical debates without the entrance of, you know, all of the classic fallacies and but especially the ad hominem. But I believe that in Das Communitas, the ad hominem is so baked into the culture that it's virtually impossible to engage in modal logic.
That may be true, because like busting, snapping, playing the dozens, ranking, all the shit we used to say, ragging on each other, that is an old black. It probably goes back to the damn work in the fields and the plantation. Like it's so baked into black culture. It's probably something that stems back to some dark time in black American existence. But anyway, back to the logic lesson.
If you're more interested in any of these logics, we have another series called the 3 Months of Modal Logics that cover all of these with a month for each of them. Now, second order logic is logic we don't have a series on yet, but while first order logic quantified over objects or individuals, such as all baseballs are round, second order logic quantifies over properties or sets of objects. So for all sets of objects or for all properties. For example, all sets with more than 3 members are sets that have more than 2 members. Second order logic and higher order logics are the building blocks of set theory. And hopefully we'll get a series on them soon. We've already started touching a little bit on set theory, but we haven't gotten to it properly.
And see, that I think that's where, you know, people lose when we start talking about being able to sort of play with concepts in your mind, build up a certain framework of an argument, and then argue within the existence of that framework. I think that's what he means by set theory. And I learned it gets difficult. People sometimes can't always see the argumentation and then stay inside of the parameters of the argumentation. But I do understand they are like very intricate levels of layered argumentation that, you know, you have to pay attention to one link that leads to another or you'll get lost.
You know, oddly enough, in ways this is kind of connected to literature and even like comic book lore and stuff, where these people would get together and have those conversations. They're able to have the arguments within the universe that is, and the rules of that particular universe of that has been created. And I don't know, man. It's there's a general lack of ability to do that with a lot of people who engage in these conversations.
You know, we're like really busting out our nerd hats and our 64-sided dice, but that's kind of what I like about a lot of the grander sci-fi elements. Like Star Wars has an entire like 10,000 year history. There are just different elements of the Star Wars lore that are 1,000 years apart that you could just immerse yourself in. And this is all like people had to build a world within the parameters of a certain idea, whatever. And then you can, Game of Thrones, I love just the idea of the Game of Thrones lore, because it's really a feat of just human intellectual prowess to actually build a little micro universe. It actually does take a lot of intellectual output to really build it and to have it all be relatively like coherent. You know, the world isn't just all these random things that exist in a vacuum side by side one another. They all are interwoven, and there's mythologies that actually play out 1,000 years later in the part of the story that you're reading right now. Like it's actually a very it's an amazing thing to actually produce, and when it's done right. This is why Tolkien is a fucking god among writers, because not everyone can do that. And then not only that, his world building is basically Christian mythology.
Yeah, in ways, and I think that's what attracts so many people to such things, because you know, there's this continuity that that breeds beauty. And even when you from what I have heard, to kind of bring it back into like the community thing, I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of the guys that I've heard of in the sphere have a lot of issues with women, is that they often complain about how a lot of the women that they've had these interactions with don't want to play by even the rules that they have created. There's no continuity. I can just change the rules at any given time. It becomes extremely frustrating.
And that goes back to what I was talking about, subjective versus objective. What men want is an objective definition or standard to go by. But what we find, we're operating in a subjective environment. Like you said, the rules change, the goalpost gets moved, it becomes illogical. There's fallacies to it and everything. And then you can even sit there and say, but you said, it's like, that don't even matter anymore. Like, that don't matter today.
And that's the beauty of it, is that in many ways, subjectivity can be very ugly, whereas objectivity, especially over a long period of time with all of its connections, becomes extremely beautiful.
I want to share a clip. I fucking love Bane as a character in The Dark Knight Rises. Damn near everything he said is a standalone quotable, and he said something about hope. I think a lot of men in that scenario that you're talking about, SKC, where like, even if I abandon my own traditional rules and play by your new modern stupid girl rules, you still change the rules on me anytime I get an edge on you using the rules, and I find out there are no rules. So I was a fool for having hope in a hopeless situation, and now dudes are willing to crash out.
Home, where I learned the truth about despair. As will you. There's a reason why this prison is the worst hell on earth. Hope. Every man who has rotted here over the centuries has looked up to the light and imagined climbing to freedom. So easy. So simple. Unlike shipwrecked men turning to seawater from uncontrollable thirst. Many have died trying, and learned here that there can be no true despair without hope.
There is no true despair without hope. And actually, that scene, it's a little bit longer. There's another. He explains it a bit deeper.
Oh man, I didn't. I don't know if the other guy dropped. It wasn't my point to attempt to frustrate him. The general thought was just to bring in how, good and bad from just one or a small group of humans is ultimately subjective and meaningless in the grand scheme.
Okay, I got it.
And here there can be no true despair without hope. So, as I terrorize Gotham, I will feed its people hope to poison their souls. I will let them believe that they can't survive so that you can watch them clambering over each other to stay in the sun.
I will feed people hope so I can terrorize their soul.
Well, yes. That's just a derivative from the previous movie when Joker said their moral code is just a big joke.
Yes.
People, at the drop of a hat, these people will eat each other.
Yeah, I think there's something powerful at play, but yeah, continue.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to point that out, but also, I mean, relating back to Das Community, do y'all remember back in the 90s where the big complaint was that black men were in jail, in and out of jail, and they can't hold a job? Remember that? And I
the download.
So I was like, all right, so when I grow up, all I gotta do is keep a job and stay out of jail, and I'll be one of the selectable, one of the valuable men to pick. Now it's if you only making 50,000, don't even date, you know, and you got to be 6 foot and all this other jazz, and you know all this other. I mean, the goalposts are just moving. And that's what we're seeing, because once we meet that standard, it's going to be something else.
Well, the wild thing, like we were just saying about, you know, if I play by your rules, then I'll be fine. And then you find out, well, I'm playing by your rules, and I'm not fine. It's like fucking Falling Down. You guys remember the movie Falling Down? Michael Douglas. And at the end of it all, he's like, well, how I did everything I was supposed to do. How did I wind up the bad guy? He like literally asked at the end of the movie, am I the bad guy? And that's kind of what happened there. And that's why this scene with Bane, the scene with Bane is actually like powerful in a way, because I see exactly echoes of what he's talking about in the modern world. Like, damn, it's like, no, you know, people are told that they can make it if you just play by the rules, but the rules are designed to kind of fuck you.
Or the game, another Michael Douglas film.
People hope to poison their souls. I will let them believe that they can survive, so that you can watch them clambering over each other to stay in the sun.
I will let them believe they can survive. I will feed people hope. And then Falling Down is the story of the death of the American dream. And, you know, SKC, we were talking about this thing before, you know, class war and all that stuff. And I, you know, obviously I try not to just make these little conversations about me and my singular existence, but I think there are like huge shifts and trends that are just happening, and they're like breaking a lot of people in whatever way.
Hey, Hood, can I add on that along with Falling Down? Can we add on American Beauty tied in with that? Because it seems like they both correspond, but I know they parallel each other. But yeah, think about it. Falling Down and American Beauty, them two men, and how they went out.
I don't really remember American Beauty as much. I know that was Kevin Spacey, but I didn't watch it as much as I've seen like Falling Down or Batman or whatever.
Oh well, American Beauty is actually parallel today. We have a white man that's frustrated, a white male corporate America that gets laid off and has to go ahead and become a douchebag, working fast food while his wife is cheating on him, and he fantasizes about young ladies. That
I remember the movie basically starts off with him jerking off in the shower.
Are married men of modern day today doing the same thing as he doing now?
Well, this is what guys talk about when they talk about the longhouse, like this idea that, you know, men are sort of just trapped in this feminized communal sort of living. Here, let me play this for you. Let me explain the longhouse for you guys.
What is the longhouse? Lomé. First things. February 16th, 2023. Something has gone wrong in modern cultural and political life. Only those hopelessly numb or deceived by the academic parlor tricks of someone like Steven Pinker can observe the state of things and not see serious problems on the horizon. The great and the good have become the mediocre and the lame. The conditions necessary for civic and personal virtue have steadily eroded. Even if a cataclysm never comes, a civilization contenting itself to die on history's hospice bed is crisis enough. In certain corners of the online right you encounter a term that is at first glance puzzling, the longhouse. Maybe you have heard this term. Maybe you have wondered what it means. Maybe this term means nothing to you. Even for those of us who use it, the longhouse evades easy summary. Ambivalent to its core, the term is at once politically earnest and the punchline to an elaborate in-joke. Its definition must remain elastic, lest it lose its power to lampoon the vast constellation of social forces it reviles. It refers at once to our increasingly degraded mode of technocratic governance, but also to wokeness, to the progressive, liberal, and secular values that pervade all major institutions. More fundamentally, the longhouse is a metonym for the disequilibrium afflicting the contemporary social imaginary. The historical longhouse was a large communal hall, serving as the social focal point for many cultures and peoples throughout the world that were typically more sedentary and agrarian. In online discourse, this historical function gets generalized to contemporary patterns of social organization, in particular the exchange of privacy, and its attendant autonomy, for the modest comforts and security of collective living. The most important feature of the longhouse, and why it makes such a resonant, and controversial, symbol of our current circumstances, is the ubiquitous rule of the den mother. More than anything, the Longhouse refers to the remarkable overcorrection of the last 2 generations toward social norms centering feminine needs and feminine methods for controlling, directing, and modeling behavior. Many from left, right, and center have made note of this shift. In 2010, Hannah Rosin announced the end of men. Hillary Clinton made it a slogan of her 2016 campaign, "The future is female." She was correct. As of 2022, women held 52% of professional managerial roles in the U.S. Women earn more than 57% of bachelor degrees, 61% of master's degrees, and 50%.
I want to play the entire clip. I think you understand the gist of what's being expressed here. Like the idea of like modernity somehow is shuffling us back to it's causing a regression. If you can believe that, we're so modern, we're actually regressing into a more primitive state, if that makes sense.
We are experiencing a high level hedonistic and decadence like previous civilization before. Once they did reach this high advance, even with now what we call with technology, they had some type of enlightenment or some type of theory, philosophy that they was trying to achieve a certain nirvana or what have you. Now we are at the precipice of that type of thing of our civilization, and I like to sit back and smoke on my Oreo marijuana contraption, rolled up into this backwood and watch the destruction and the malarkey that come with it.
That goes with the classic MGTOW movie in its subject, and that's the war games. That the more you try, the more you lose, and so the only way to really win is to not play at all. It's just not get involved, not to play the game.
You know, so that does bring up an interesting thought, Mystery, because if you play that game, let's say like the debauchery game, how can you, as one proverb says, can a man rake fire into his bosom and not get burned?
Yet he burns with passion.
So it's like if people are seeing the decadence of it, okay, once you involve yourself in it, then you're part of it, right?
Pretty much. I mean,
imagine a place where women are in charge. A place where feminine values and feminine desires reign supreme. A place where human behavior is controlled, directed, and modeled by women. Welcome to the Longhouse. What I'm talking about, of course, is the metaphorical Longhouse, that all-encompassing space where societal values become soft and feminized. Did you know the professional managerial class is 52% female?
Pause.
And it's not just the boardrooms women have invaded. They're entering the police force.
SKC, is this what we was talking about yesterday about them so-called supposedly 304s that's probably kicked out of the general population because of their STDs, and they had to form covens in the woods? Is this what they call the Longhouse, right?
I don't know. I guess so. Like, wow, this is interesting, Hood.
SKC, hold on. Have you never heard of this concept before?
No, I have not.
Yeah, bro. Listen. This is why I explore the further right elements of the online world, because there are a lot of fascinating theories and ideas being put out to describe the state of events in current life. And I don't know that the left wing, especially the far left wing paradigm, offers any real useful theories, you know, intersectional hobo feminism and all that stuff. Nobody learns anything from that shit. But Longhouse theory, it sounds like they're describing the shit I go through 6 days a week. Well, most people.
No, did you watch SKC on stream yesterday when we was breaking this down, and we came to the conclusion that witches were basically the prostitutes of the villages that caught STDs, and they was like lepers of the culture, and they had to be put in the woods.
I missed that part,
bro. And now we looking. Help to tie this together.
Listen, man, you have to pay attention to the world and see how things really work. But let's get back to the Longhouse theory. Longhouse theory, it's fascinating. Patterns, man. Gotta observe patterns.
And it's not just the boardrooms women have invaded. They're entering the police force and being recruited into the military, too. There is no longer any separation between the male and female worlds, and therein lies the problem. The Longhouse is a place where safety comes first. That means language is considered violent, and speech norms must be enforced through punitive measures that are typical of female-dominated groups. To be cancelled is to feel the whip of the den mother.
Men and women should get along. And if men and women are not getting along, then it's men's fault. Men must change. Men must be like women. What I'm trying to suggest is possibly men and women are and have never gotten along, can never fully understand each other. And in point of fact, that is the whole electricity of sexual relations.
Camille Paglia.
And, you know, I often sound condescending when I talk to women, and I'll say shit like, I just don't expect you to see it my way. I don't think you ever could. I don't think I'm off base with that. That is a long-standing historical reality. There's just a certain gap that is unbridgeable between the male and female vision. And you're not supposed to see things the way I am, because then you'd grow a fucking dick and I'd hate you.
Well, them sexually fluid psychiatrists, and so-called gurus, yesterday, you know, there was a book called "Men Off of Mars and Women Off of Venus" for a reason. I found it ironic. Got Nurse Cratchit on the screen too, because a lot of these bitches, we gotta start investing into modern day insane asylums, and which I call the funny farms, and we need.
Most of the insane asylums were filled with women back in the day.
I know. Hey, look, Hood. They never talk about the women from the so-called suffrage abolition movements from like the late 1890s all the way up to the 1920s, because a lot of them bitches went crazy, and there was a booming population of insane asylums going.
Yeah.
Hey, Malcolm X mom was put in one of them. You know, they call it also sanitariums. But go ahead.
Leah makes a good point here. The Longhouse has a castrating effect on men. To be trapped inside the Longhouse is to forego the warpath, the adventure, the call of the wild. These vital impulses are something to be restrained, or worse, medicated away.
That's why they give all the kids prescription drugs. Maybe that's why weed is legal.
How did we get here?
Thank God.
Where did the term Longhouse originate, anyway? Is there some kind of guide to better understanding the
Prometheus killing Medusa
esoteric meaning behind this metaphor? In 2018, the book Bronze Age Mindset scandalized the public by suggesting that contemporary Europe had become similar to Europe prior to the Bronze Age. Men living in communal longhouses, browbeaten by feminism. The book became a cult sensation. It argues that under the modern Leviathan of the Longhouse, male greatness is no longer possible. Let's be honest.
And this is also why a lot of the best and brightest of Black America have this reputation of leaving the community. Because apparently male greatness just can't happen in the nigga Longhouse.
You know, that part right there, Hood, I think is I think there's a lot of meat on the bone in that. there's a working hypothesis that's formulating right now. Could it be that those from within the community, say 65 on up to today, never reach their full potential?
Not only that, I've often entertained the idea that, like, look at the peak of Black academic endeavor, and I don't mean like the smartest, guy that ever existed. I mean, what do Black people consider the peak of Black academic endeavor? Black studies. How much intellectual capacity has been wasted on pontificating the white man's disposition? Like, could we have gone to the moon if we hadn't wasted all this brain power studying, whether or not white supremacy existed?
Well, according to the white man, we will bring upon a robotic apocalypse with our intellect.
Well, how can we ever bring about the robotic apocalypse if we ain't studying robotics? Niggas is out here writing books on ancient white history.
Well, the robots is gonna have to do it themselves. Prophesizing Terminator and Matrix, predictive programming. Just comply.
But
Just
no, in all seriousness, though, this is kind of the odd quirk I was pointing out. How somehow modernity has actually led to a regression. This is our previous state of existence, and it may have been more universal than just ancient Europe. It might have been something like a human norm, maybe.
So are you proposing that the modern community culture is a longhouse that neuters the hopes and aspirations of the men?
Yes, and with the mammy from the plantation as the overseer.
that they are like individuals within this longhouse that are like junkies. That just live for the next sexual hit.
Yeah. Listen, it's also like Plato's cave because they don't want to leave. Right? They don't want to leave. That's why there's so much tension on, like, when there's a big panel, I don't know, say this is a church shooting, white guy shoots up a black church, right? The panels that result after that feature like hood conservative versus the community, that's why they're so contentious, right? Because it gives Plato, right, the right stimulus, right? And that's why in that cave, that's what they need. That's why they seize on it. Because look, they never remember anything other than that. Because Hood will come in and say, hey, what about this part of, America, yada, yada. And they spaz out because it's like you're shining sunlight into the longhouse. That's not allowed.
The cave is a longhouse, exactly. Shout out to everybody listening on Rumble. Shout out to True Hype with the $5 Rumble chat. He says, great convos, and the culturally Christian folks not even knowing that is crazy work. Listen, man, I love Christian atheists. Fish don't know about water, bro. Shout out to Bazzy B with the $2 Rumble chat. He says logic school is fire. Listen, man, niggas need a little logic school. I enjoy this thoroughly. Thank you guys for supporting the show. A little bit more about the Longhouse, and there's something else I want to bring up. I got to get out of here because there's things I want to do later. But I'm kind of caught up in this right now.
There are not many examples of successful matriarchies in the world. Not unless you want to live like the Masu tribe in China or the Samburu women of Kenya, that is. So maybe Bronze Age pervert is onto something when he says female systems of governance are suboptimal. But surely all this begs the question, how do we get out of here? How do we exit the Longhouse?
How about some dick and get up?
I said it before and I'll say it again. It's for real niggas, and real niggas believe in keeping these hoes down.
Yes. And broke down and everything. Yes.
It's not modernity, in my opinion. It's the abandonment of patriarchy. We got here because of patriarchy. We were going to the moon under patriarchy. But then when we did the Great Society and we start incentivizing women, or not incentivizing, but empowering women. I'm using my words carefully. We start empowering women. That's when we start regressing. We are a patriarchal species. That's what made us evolve beyond our genetic cousins to where we have. That's why our frontal lobe is more developed, which is what the young man was really needed earlier when we was talking about all of us being animals. Yes, we are animals, but our frontal lobe is what differentiate us from every other species on the planet. And even the next species that's close to our frontal lobe capacity, they have shown more intelligence compared to the rest. So that's what it is. It's patriarchy. We got to have it if we want to keep advancing humanity to in whatever direction. Matriarchal societies are known to be regressive. And I'll land a plane there.
There's something else about the Longhouse that I wanted to talk about, because I started hearing about this concept when the Ken and Barbie movie came out. And I heard, I forget where exactly I was watching this review, but people were basically describing the Barbie movie as having a sort of Longhouse narrative where Barbie Land is a world just like what we just listened to in the previous clip. It's a world dominated by women and the female spirit. So all the Kens were basically like these little feminized, literally smooth crotch men. Like, 'cause you know the famous joke about Ken, he ain't got no dick or balls, but somehow he's Barbie's boyfriend. How'd that work? But it's supposed to work that way. That's the only way you could be Barbie's boyfriend, right? And so what they said happened in the movie, and I got to watch this movie because I really want to see it and get it for myself. But basically, Barbie escapes Barbie Land and goes to the real world. And Ken goes along to the real world too. And the movie is really about Barbie discovering the real world. But apparently, Ken gets into the real world and discovers he had no balls this whole time. And now he's understanding he can actually be a man. Look, here's a little scene.
Thanks, man. What's up, man? We got a man up on this one. Great workout, man. You're the man! You're the man!
He's discovering bro culture. And he was like, holy shit, there's nothing like this in Barbie Land. He saw bro culture for the first time and he's enamored. It's like, I don't know, it's like, you ever seen those videos where like the first time a vegan eats meat and like forever and they almost cry? It's like that.
Expectations. Good stuff. So I'm not worried about it. Not now, Margaret. Let's shake on this. We are gonna make it.
Mimicking masculinity.
Notice what part. Whoa. Notice what part he mimicked. When he's like, no, Margaret.
Yes. how badly has he wanted to do that to Barbie the whole time? Like, you know, Ken and Barbie Land exist in a timeless eternity. So basically for eternity, he's wanted to do that to Barbie. And it never even occurred to him until he got into real world and discovered that you could actually do that. And the joke is they wanted to make this movie for Barbie. It's supposed to be a pro-feminine movie, but they put this little male rebellion plotline in there, and Ken turned into the unsung hero somehow. It was wild. That's why I said I'm going to watch this gay shit at some point, because the Ken storyline is way too compelling from what I hear.
We're officially important.
So, they actually turned the anti-hero into the hero, into the film.
Look at this. Bill Clinton and a fucking cowboy. Like,
Bro,
he was discovering masculinity. Look at Ronnie Reagan
Ronald
right
Ronald Reagan at the bottom.
Bro.
That's crazy.
See,
Wow.
I can tell from you guys' laughter, you never watched the Barbie movie either, so that's good for all of us. But I have to watch this shit now.
Bro, I would never. Bro, you got me
gonna be like,
interested to watch this shit.
I just want to see Ken be great, bro. Ken ain't never had a chance to be great, and the one time they let Ken be great, I was like, I don't want to watch that movie. It's gay, but now I gotta watch Ken be great.
Is this symbolic of the modern day young men and men of a certain age now coming to the fact and want to go ahead and regain their masculinity and retrospect? You know, a lot of symbolism going to movies. I'm just saying, and they literally got the cowboy, the dude that got head in the Oval Office, and the dude that was money hungry, bro. You can't.
Listen, man, we started down this line of a conversation talking about the Longhouse, and what happened was the feminist writers who created the Barbie movie. They wrote a movie describing the Longhouse, and they actually wrote a Longhouse rebellion. And it's a plot line in the fucking movie. When Ken gets home, they stage a fucking rebellion.
Jesus, man.
So basically, Ken becomes the Ultron of the Barbie universe.
Something like that.
Uh-oh.
That's crazy.
Bro, that was the plot line.
Bro, I'm over here choking all this damn bud right now, bro. Hey, so who produced that movie?
Wait, it gets better.
Mean nothing. What do we do?
It gets better. Listen, they
No,
are about
who
to
produced this shit? Was it Disney?
I don't know. I don't know. I gotta look into it. I mean, Disney Barbie? No. I don't know. I don't think Disney and Barbie are connected.
Does the title of long-term distance casual low commitment girlfriend mean nothing? What do we do?
Long-term distance casual low commitment girlfriend. Is that not a modern Gen Z love story?
Bro.
We beach every individual one of them off.
No. We go to war.
Against the Barbies?
No, against the Kens.
So we are the Kens.
The other Kens.
Well, we should probably call them something else so it doesn't get confusing.
No, because we'll know what we mean.
But when we're on the battlefield and you say Ken at 4 o'clock, how will I know if you mean us Kens or the other Kens?
Because, my dudes, we attack at 10 o'clock and take advantage of the morning waves.
But not so early, because we're going to want to sleep in.
Right.
But what will we fight with? We have no guns.
Tennis rackets and volleyballs.
And slap fights.
And beach offs.
Yes.
Now, it's so fucking gay because they're Ken dolls, but they are actually plotting a rebellion. They want war. Ken went to the real war. He went to the real world for the first time, and he understood what it truly means to be a man, the greatness, the heights, the depths, and he chooses war for the first time ever. I had no idea a fucking Barbie movie could be so deep.
Oh yeah, or dark. Damn,
it's dark, and it's gay because they're gonna do a musical now.
No matter what I do, I'm always number two. No one knows how hard I tried. Oh, I have feelings that I can't explain, driving me insane. Oh.
Now it's so weird. This is the imagery of it all, and I can't believe feminists made this movie to make the women look good and celebrate feminism, but they just turned Ken into a badass rebel. Look at how Ken looks after just a couple of hours in the real world. He just got a whiff of American masculinity, and now he comes back, he's a fucking rebel, and look at all these fucking queers behind him. Like, that's who you were. You were
Not
just
only
as
that,
gay as everybody else, and look at you now.
Yo, why they
like
look
Ric
like a
Flair.
whole band of the Village People though?
He looked like Ric Flair.
He does. Whoa, he ready.
No, look.
Well,
Why?
it takes from America. He's Ric Flair all of a sudden.
Why does he look like Ric Flair? No, why does he look like Ric Flair leading the army of Richard Simmons to a battlefield?
And this is why the red pill in the manosphere gets all the hate. This is Myron. This is fucking Myron right here. And
No, this
everybody
Andrew.
in Longhouse.
This Andrew.
Andrew, Myron, it's all an archetype. But this is
what?
The leader of the rebellion telling all the men that you actually do have balls and it's okay to drag them once in a while.
Exactly. It takes a personality like Ric Flair to make you flex your nuts. Like growing up.
Hey, yo, Ken take free zone, Lou, though.
And Steve Austin, all that. It takes these hyper masculine personalities to get you out of your gay shit.
That's exactly, Tommy Sotomayor had a line like that. He's like, every day I used to have to wake up and slap the bitch out of me because my mama raised me this way.
All my life been so polite, but I'll sleep alone tonight, because I'm just kidding. Anywhere else I'd be a 10.
Now, remember, as gay as this looks, this is their war. This fucking incoming projectile fire. They got fucking landing craft. This is Normandy. This is fucking Normandy in Barbie land.
Where else I'd be a 10. Is it my destiny to live?
Look at the Germans.
A life of blonde fragility. I'm just kidding. Where I see love, she sees a friend.
Where I see love, she sees a friend. So I'd rather go to war than be a cuck forever. You realize, again, Barbie land lives in a timeless, eternal bubble. They exist outside of our space-time continuum. So Ken has been an eternal cuck. Do you understand the perpetual hell that is to be a cuck in perpetuity? And now that he fully understands, again, Plato's cave, he peeked outside of the cave for a moment and he realizes he had been a cuck trapped in perpetuity. What's the word for that? Cuck purgatory. Cuckatory. He was in cuckatory and had no idea. Had no idea. And now I would rather die. I would rather my eternal soul cease to exist than to exist in perpetuity and cuckatory.
What will it take for her to see the man?
Hold on, somebody want to say something.
I was gonna say, man, we gotta put that. We gotta put that on Urban Dictionary. We gotta put that in the lexicon if it's not already, man. You got gons. Look, we got gone. We got cuckatory. What other buzzwords and keywords that we created in 2024 on this platform?
Man, I don't know. I just be spitting them out. Sometimes I forget. I got to start writing this stuff down. I don't even always watch my own replays. I just say this shit and then kick it out into the ether.
Behind the 10 and fight for me.
This is the actual Barbie movie. Ken went to the real world
on the Malibu beach,
and he led a rebellion. And again, this is metaphorical in and of itself, right? Because all the guys who do all this red pill theorizing and we try to really analyze the problem dispassionately, you come to a certain realization. It's not the women. Women are just women. There's only so much you can do as a woman. it's really the men that you're going to have to war with.
Yes.
Because men are men, and that's who have to die to change things.
Look at Kente's Cuckferno, like Freeze on Loose said, playing out right there on the screen. That's Kente's Cuckferno, bro.
Look at that. It is. It's a cuckferno. This is a cuckflagration.
God, no.
Repeat that one more time.
And look at this is actually, it's so interesting they include little moments. You got to watch the little tweaks in the movie. I love little cues. Look at Ken, shocked at the blood of it all. Obviously, it's a bloodless war because it's fucking Barbie land, so the whole thing looks gay and childish. But again, this is symbolically Normandy. And so now Ken, after going off into the real world, and he comes back and he leads a revolution, even he wasn't actually prepared for what it takes. And this is a thing about, the tests of the trials of manhood. You'd never actually know until you do the thing. You'd never really know if you're capable of doing the thing until it gets done. And sometimes in that moment, it's a little bit of terror, but then you win.
It's like the
I'm sorry, good.
I just want to mention that SWP was talking about patriarchy for black men for the longest time, and then he saw the Black Panther movie and was brought to tears about how when he visualized a patriarchy in that movie, right? Like you go against the culture, you gotta be put down, and it's to hell with your offspring of the heretic. And it brought him to tears. Like he was crying on wax from that scene, even after preach about patriarchy for years, or black patriarchy. But when he actually saw an image of it, it brought him to tears. It made him weep.
Imagine crying watching some movie about black history. Oh, no. I like SWP. The SWP was one of the guys I used to listen to a lot back in the day, but I kind of moved away from that pro-black anger shit because, I don't want to start crying watching the Malcolm X movie either.
Well, he had a blind spot.
I know.
He had a real big blind spot, and it was crazy.
I know, man. SWP is my guy. I like his content, but the pro-blackness taints it all. This is what I was saying before about the logic of things. Like you can have a perfectly logical position, and then you start to taint it with all this impurity. See, look, you can't just start the fight. You can't just lead. I mean, you can't just, rabble rouse. At some point, you have to get in there. You have to actually lead from the front because that's what the heroes do. Damn, he got shot. What move was that? What kind of power move was that? Hold on. What the fuck?
It was a key burst because it's Asian.
What kind of power? Did he just air hump the guy down?
Yes. He gave him the chest pump of death.
That was an aggressive air hump. He was like 2 feet away. He still fell. Oh, shit. This is a crazy ass movie. Oh, my God.
And now they destroy themselves.
You know what I think? I think we should put our freaking Constitution back.
Yes, that's a great idea.
This is a real hornet's nest in here. Watch your flank. I got shot. It's impossible. Are there real weapons here? No.
Apparently, real people wound up in the war too.
I want to know what it's like to love, to be the real thing. Is it a crime? Am I not hot when I'm in my feelings? And is my
He really just asked, am I not hot when I'm in my feelings? Ken, see, this is what happens when you're raised in the eternal longhouse. You start wondering stupid shit like that. Am I not hot when I'm in my feelings? No. But the Barbie.
I also
want to point
out, it is a girl's movie, Hood. So you gotta, give it a little bit of.
No, I'm treating the character as is. That I expect him to be that way. He just became a man yesterday. Had no idea a man was even a thing.
And notice the vanity in his language. He's like, in the real world, I will be a 10. And now he's like, am I not hot? Like all these things about beauty.
Right. Again, this is what I was talking about another content creator when I made this joke, but it's like you are the weird science, what a girl would, the best version of what a girl would make into a man. Like if girls could describe or design a man, it would be like that. And this is kind of why he's rebelling, because he realizes I am a man designed to like peak female specifications, and now I kind of hate myself for realizing that about myself. And he wants to be better. He wants to be more than just what girls want from him. Like, again, it's so fucking deep. It was such a red pill movie. I don't know how the girls actually made this and thought it was a girls movie, but they put this subplot in there.
Well, Hood, are we forgetting that women are naturally black pill, and men are naturally blue pill?
Well, yeah, but again, I think women can't help themselves. They will listen. Their men's peak sexual fantasy seems to be being desired by multiple women, while women's peak sexual fantasy is something like rape. There is a lot of wisdom in that. It's dark wisdom, but you do what you will with these spells.
I'm surprised that you ain't got Barbie World playing in the background while this was playing, but just out of context.
It is wild seeing Ken Conservative up there, do his thing. This is the most of this movie I'll probably ever see, but it definitely conveys the point well.
Did you say Ken Conservative?
The man was having a rebellion. Like when I was hearing people describe the subplot, I was so intrigued because so much content was done on this little fucking subplot. And again, people talking about the longhouse and all that. And I was just shocked that not only did it exist in the movie, but girls made this by accident.
I'm finally here, or am I dreaming? I'm no dreamer.
Is this a Ken dance battle? I feel like I've seen enough. They're going to break into a dance routine.
They about to Vogue.
I know, right? Jesus Christ.
They have rights.
Like, and this is why the Barbies don't want them to rule anyway, because, like, you guys are kind of weird and gay. But if you become men, then there's nothing they can do to stop you. It's a weird paradox, isn't it?
Life of blonde fragility.
Look, weird and gay. Like,
Wait,
you really don't deserve to be in charge.
Did you just hear him? Did you just hear that line? White male fragility?
No, he said blonde fragility. But yeah, same kind of shit. Yeah, but the Ken movie, it had a really wild plot line in it, but there's a whole longhouse rebellion going on there.
Behind the tent and fight for me. I'm just kidding. And I'm enough. And I'm great at doing stuff. So hey, check me out. Yeah, I'm just kidding. My name's Kid, and so am I. Put that manly head in mine. So hey, world, check me out. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Now, again, because it's written by women for women, they're gonna make the men look gay. But this is a weird moment of the guys in the longhouse actually fought the war. The Kens are all now unified, and there's bro code, and bro code and brotherhood is actually what defeats the longhouse. That was the secret subplot to the Barbie story.
So, in other words, as you saying that men should just unite and say fuck the government and fuck these ran through chicks and just let the whole infrastructure crumble.
I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying the Barbie movie taught us that Ken has to go to war in order to be a man.
Well, war is man shit, so.
But anyway, I really got to get out of here. We have taken this show in so many directions. It all started with letting her talk, but listening to girls talk is really blackpilling.
So what you're saying is, we started with letting her talk, and we ended with a war among men finding their masculinity.
It was all logically chained together. We got to this path. We got through this path organically. We started at this one place and we wound up in another, but the progression made sense. Like we ended this conversation with a lesson in Longhouse. We took a little break to, learn a little bit more about logic and argumentation. And then we jumped in the magic school bus and we visited the Longhouse. And then we tied it all together with the story of Ken and his Barbie Land rebellion.
You just sounded like Nietzsche.
Like Nietzsche?
Negan.
Oh, well, yeah. Negan was a great anti-Longhouse character. Like that actually, the Longhouse, speaking of Negan and the Longhouse, that was another example of the Longhouse coming up against a real masculine structure, because Rick and his party created effectively a Longhouse in Alexandria. Remember, when they first got there, it was led by wasn't that Janeway? Well, she kind of reminded me of Captain Janeway, but that white lady that ran Alexandria or whatever, and it was her husband and son or whatever. But they were all a bunch of bitches who hide behind the walls, and they would let each other die if shit got crazy. And then Rick and them came along, and they added some masculinity to the Longhouse, but it was still a Longhouse. And then they met Negan. And Negan showed them that you're all faggots and I'll murder you inside of your Longhouse. And that was a great storyline. And so that's when, what's the name, had to step up and actually defeat Negan at the end of it all. And even within that, there was a lot of moral hand-wringing about how far to go, going too far and all that. And it was a stupid thing in my mind. Like this, listen, you're at war. I don't understand this, let's not kill them all. Like, dude, they're all going to murder you. It was a lot of silly shit back and forth. But ultimately it was a clash between the Longhouse and like a masculine republic. And the masculine republic should have won, but fucking Hollywood. Anyway, I gotta go. I got commitments. I'm late.
All right, peace. Peace.
Later, man.
All right, bud.
Peace, Get out of the Longhouse, y'all. Get out of the Longhouse, man. It's making you weak and gay.
Aspiring to be patriarchs like what white men have, that isn't freedom. That isn't going to help anybody. It's certainly not going to help black people.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.